Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Third reading of Bill C-45, Cannabis Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Van Kesteren.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to advise you, Madam Speaker, from the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Megantic-Ladab. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak today against Bill C-45, a rushed and inconceived piece of legislation, which many of my colleagues have already pointed out, has many, many flaws. Madam Speaker, please allow me to amplify their concerns and add mine. First and foremost, what's the rush? What's the rush with one-step, full-scale legalization without interim steps? What is so important about the arbitrary deadline of July 1st, 2018? I mean, really, if we're looking to do something substantive in a rush, Madam Speaker, maybe the Liberals could listen to my NDP colleagues who have been calling for a long time to make sure that the records of people who have been found guilty and have a criminal record for simple possession would be eliminated so they can get a good job. I mean, if you want to rush at something, why don't you rush at that? Why ignore police and medical professionals' advice and push ahead with C-45? Why not allow police, provincial and municipal governments, as well as health officials, to better prepare for the onslaught of issues this legalization will unleash? And believe you me, Madam Speaker, there will be an onslaught of issues. All you need to do is look at other jurisdictions that have legalized marijuana, and you'll find that there will be a slew of issues that this government will need to deal with. To date, why have there been no public education of the risks of smoking marijuana? Madam Speaker, what we've heard most often about many of the risks of marijuana is that they are so much more detrimental to our youth. No one should assume that some of us who are speaking against this, because we're parents and public figures, are trying to be condescending. None of us are trying to be patronizing. No one should assume that any of my colleagues or myself are trying to stereotype anyone either, Madam Speaker. We don't have some outdated notion of society. What we're saying is that there are a massive amount of risks that we're concerned about, and the government has not taken them into consideration. Madam Speaker, data shows that 30 to 40% of young people who use cannabis under the age of 25 will develop psychotic disorders, depression, and anxiety disorders. Let me repeat that. Upward of 1/3 of people under 25 who use marijuana will develop psychotic disorders, depression, or anxiety disorders. It's far too many, Madam Speaker. Where are the human rights champions over there who know already of the growing mental health epidemic with our youth and are not speaking up about the way drugs exacerbate those mental health issues? Where are they, Madam Speaker? As the father of a daughter who suffered mental health issues to the point of taking her own life this past summer, I've seen firsthand the risks of drugs at an early age. My family and I have seen this path and what it leads to, the hurt and pain, the suffering. We have felt the consequences most directly, as many, too many other families have. Our heart aches thinking about what could have been, what should have been, had Laura not been exposed to drugs, on top of all the other demons that she had to fight on a daily basis. It's tragic, Madam Speaker, and all too common. Madam Speaker, that's why I'm particularly concerned about the provisions in Bill C-45 when it comes to possession for children ages 12 to 17. As currently written, the bill allows children aged 12 to 17 to be in possession of 5 grams of pot. Madam Speaker, this is approximately 5 to 10 joints. What is positive about that in any way, shape, or form? How is that good government? How is that having a concern about the safety and security of Canadians, Madam Speaker? I'm profoundly concerned At 12, you can't buy cigarettes, you can't drink, you can't drive, you can't vote, you can't enlist to fight in our country. Yet you can possess 5 to 10 joints. Really? Medical professionals have told us that the number should be 0, Madam Speaker, 0. In fact, they oppose Bill C-45 based on the harm it will do to our youth. And they are concerned about the youth age at which it allows youth to possess pot, thereby condoning and encouraging it. And I do not accept the argument that just because you pass legislation, you don't endorse something. Come on, Madam Speaker, that's always the case. Whenever you legislate, you are saying that you're doing it for the public good and you're endorsing the behavior. How can I stand by as a parent who's lost a child to the struggles she had with many anxieties and depression, or as a member of Parliament, for that matter, whose primary concern is the safety of Canadians, and allow legislation that would exacerbate those depressions and anxiety in Canadian children as young as 12? How could I not speak out? It would be unconscionable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not blind to the obvious. I know, and all members of the House know, that whether by peer pressure or otherwise, there are many teenagers who use marijuana. Too many. I wish it was far fewer. I wish they could see the damage they're doing to themselves. I wish they could have had a conversation with Laura in her later years. She would have counseled them otherwise. She would have warned them of the harm of smoking marijuana and the consequences for their cognitive abilities, how it amplifies any mental health issues, how it is a slippery slope from one joint to more, a few joints to harder drugs, and on and on and on. Madam Speaker, there are other reasons why Bill C-45 is flawed, not the least of which is that legalizing marijuana does not remedy the underground economy. We need only to look to tobacco. By some estimates, 40% of tobacco sold in Ontario is contraband. In fact, a study that came out last month in October 2017 by the National Coalition Against Contraband Tobacco found that 1 in 3 cigarettes sold in Ontario is contraband. Do the members opposite honestly believe that it will be any different with pot? That it will be above board and taxed every single joint? It was a similar experience with gambling, so we're not talking about something that doesn't have a track record in the past, Madam Speaker. After gambling was legalized, a stranglehold of organized crime continued on that business. It didn't stop the gambling. In fact, by all measures, it increased it. In legalizing it, we inadvertently made matters worse for our young people. Studies indicate that up to 60% of children and adolescents engage in some form of gambling each week. That's because they are a generation that was exposed to legal gambling from a young age. It wasn't frowned upon, which is why the predominant concern about problem gambling is not primarily adults, but it's young people. And I heard some heckles about that, Madam Speaker. We're not talking about somebody who's buying a lottery ticket. Is that member out to lunch? I'm talking about someone who begins in gambling and then is trapped in gambling, and then that's a lifestyle, and they can never, ever enjoy their job or buy a house or anything because they ferret away all their money on gambling. If that's what they feel is okay for youth, then fine with that. We must question the signals that we're sending, Madam Speaker, to our teenagers. What precedent are we setting? Are we fully ready for all the social impacts that this will make in the years ahead? I know my colleagues have raised a number of other points about Bill C-45, drug-impaired driving, the supersized amount of pot one can grow at home, the lack of public education program, scientific evidence. But the point I want to stress today, and the question I want all members of this chamber to think through clearly, is the exposure of marijuana to young children and adolescents. It's not too late to change it. It's not too late to stop it. It's not too late to vote no on C-45. Madam Speaker, in closing, let me ask again, as I did at the outset, why ignore police and medical professionals in regards to C-45? Do we really think that 12 to 18-year-olds having 5 or 10 joints in the bedroom is a wise thing to advocate? Why don't we have more public education right now, Madam Speaker? Why not allow police, provincial and municipal governments and health officials to better prepare for the massive upfront costs? Madam Speaker, I say again, what's the rush? Officials are not ready. I implore you to listen to the experts, listen to doctors and scientists, listen to law enforcement. I ask all members to vote against C-45.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for what was clearly a very sincere speech. I think we all agree that we do not want cannabis, marijuana in the hands of teenagers. Right now, it's not working. Right now, we know that teenagers, it's easier for them to get marijuana than it is for them to get alcohol or cigarettes, and that by doing this, we are actually making it harder, and we're going to keep it out of the hands of young people. And so that's the reason for this. And also, we don't want our teenagers to be exposed to the criminal elements that are going to get them onto harder drugs and the profits going into some of these criminal organizations. So if I could ask my honourable colleague, it's not working what we have right now. So what would he propose to make sure we really do keep drugs out of the hands of young people?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Well, Madam Speaker, with all due respect and dignity towards my colleague, I don't think full legalization is the way to keep drugs out of the hands of our youth, and nor do I think it's easier to find marijuana than it is alcohol or cigarettes. I already told you that 1/3 of cigarettes that are sold in Ontario are contraband. And the notion, Madam Speaker, the very notion that Hell's Angels and Satan's Choice are going to go, well, the government's got our market now, I guess we'll go find something else, is absolutely absurd. I mean, they are not going to leave this business. In fact, they're going to, they have a larger appetite knowing that people who have never tried marijuana, now that the government has endorsed it, will now say, well, why don't we try it? And they'll be there with all of their supply ready to meet their needs.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. There's one point in particular that he raised that was really good to hear. He spoke about how important it is to decriminalize cannabis, and that is something we agree on. However, the Liberals are stubbornly opposed to simply doing this. This government looked at legalization, and there was a recommendation that it be decriminalized. Yes, the government will be legalizing this within the next 10 months. However, the effects on young people are significant. It is young people who get criminal records because of their use of marijuana. And because of that, they can't buy homes, they can't find a job. It's very difficult for them to travel, and it affects the rest of their lives. So why not give them that opportunity now? Why not decriminalize now? With the Jordan ruling especially, we need to make sure that we get rid of the backlog in our court system. So I'm wondering if for all those reasons, my colleague wouldn't say that the government is going down the wrong road with respect to legalization, because it's refusing to go ahead right now with decriminalization.
Glanbrook.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm honored to be in full agreement with my colleague. This is exactly what I was saying. That why not expedite the removal of a criminal record for those young people who were guilty of simple possession, so that they no longer have to fill in an application to an employer and say that they have a criminal record. That would be a very positive step. That would be peace, order, and good government, Madam Speaker. I think that's what we're all about. And use decriminalization as a first step, and take some time then to monitor how that affects young people, and start an education program saying that, hey, we're not saying that just because we remove your criminal record it's the right thing to do. We already know the risks for young people that already have mental health concerns, and that marijuana exacerbates it. Why put it in their hands without any kind of education program whatsoever? And why give it to 12-year-olds, for goodness sake, Madam Speaker? This is absolutely absurd.
Very brief question. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Colorado Gazette has just published an article. It's been 5 years since they legalized, and they're seeing odor complaints in residential neighborhoods, increased homeless rate, doubling of the number of drivers involved in fatal crashes who tested positive for marijuana, and in high school, the drug violations have increased 71%. So with all of these results from Colorado 5 years out, why does the member think that this government is rushing ahead to legalize against the advice of provinces, police, and Indigenous people?
Very brief answer from the member from Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Much to my colleague, and I will make a very brief answer. I'll capitalize on one point. You know, Madam Speaker, one of the experiences I had as a small business owner about 2.5 decades ago, I hate to admit that here, and we had a fleet of tow trucks in the region of Peel where we did the police towing, and at that time, with just alcohol, at Friday at 4 p.m., we knew that there was going to be an onslaught of drunk drivers on the road. Now we're going to exacerbate that with drug impaired. Madam Speaker, it's not the right way to go.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. This was a speech that came from the heart. And I think our colleagues across the aisle should read that speech over and over again, because it was logical, it was common sense, and it really was stated with a view to truly protecting young people from this oncoming plague. Now, I'm proud, I wouldn't say proud to rise, I have to rise against this bill on legalizing marijuana. There's a majority of Quebecers who are against legalizing marijuana as brought forward by this government. The 11 Quebec Conservative members are unanimous in deciding that they will oppose this bill legalizing marijuana. Madam Speaker, allow me here to share my opinions about my members, opinions about this ill-conceived bill. Monday will be the third reading of this bill that will legalize marijuana by the 1st of July. The government's ultimate goal has been to pass this despite everyone's opinions. We will be against this bill, but the government will continue to oppose the opposition. It's going to ignore all the science and the collective will against this bill. It has showed, these studies have shown over and over again that the majority of the public is against this bill. Many associations, federations, institutions have expressed their opposition to this bill and to its expedited deadline. These are studies and opinions throughout Canada. Now, for the Prime Minister, experts' opinions, scientists' opinions, social stakeholders' opinions, and the opinions of police services have never carried any weight with him. The provinces and municipalities will have to take on the burden of the consequences of legalizing marijuana, and yet they weren't adequately consulted. They are not able to meet the expedited timeline set by the Prime Minister. And the Premier of Quebec has asked once again that this deadline be extended before this bill comes into force. Earlier this week, First Nations members also requested that that deadline be extended, and there was a categorical no from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was arrogant enough to impose a tax-sharing agreement which is unfair on the provinces and municipalities who will bear the costs of legalizing marijuana. The Prime Minister wants to simply shovel the costs, the health costs, onto the backs of the provinces and onto the backs of the municipalities, while taking in most of the revenue from the taxes on sales of marijuana.
Without a doubt, they need it to reduce their significant Liberal deficit. Let's talk about the facts. Many studies have demonstrated the negative impacts of marijuana on the human brain, especially people under 25 years old and vulnerable persons. Research also demonstrates that legalization will not eliminate organized crime, as the government claims. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, driving under the influence of drugs is already a problem on our streets. Legalization is simply going to amplify the risk of accident and death. Furthermore, Canadian police forces do not have the training and tools that they need to detect drivers that are at fault. And that's without including the lack of training when it comes to dealing with people who will be using drugs and the impact on workplaces and even the healthcare system. The Liberals' bill does not stand the test of fact. It does not nor does it respect common sense. The Liberals are not taking into account collective will. They are putting Canada in a delicate situation on the international scene. 3 international treaties will be broken if the government goes ahead with legalizing marijuana. Canada, Madam Speaker, will also be acting alone at the G20 and the G7 when it comes to legalizing marijuana. Never has a government legalized marijuana so quickly in the world. A government has never imposed so few restrictions on possession at home without setting out very precise requirements for public safety. It is for all of these reasons that the Quebec members of the Canadian Conservative Party on Monday are going to vote against this bill. And if I've just read the common letter that all the members of the Conservative Party of Quebec signed and published today in order to indicate what our position is with regards to this bill, which unfortunately will be passed because of the vast Liberal majority and the power that they have, in spite of all of the experts, the public, police forces, and common sense require. This letter was signed by the member for Richmond-Arthur-Masca, the member for Beauce, the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, the member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix, the member for Limoilou, Saint-Laurent, member for Saint-Laurent, the member for Montmagny, Ilac, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, member for Lotbinière, member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. On this side of the House, we've taken a clear stand. The government wants to act in all haste, does not want to take the facts into account, and in our opinion, this bill is going to make major changes to our society as of July 1st, 2018. Madam Speaker, this week we had the opportunity to meet people on the American side, officials from the United States, who are also very worried about the impact of this bill at the border. The border with the United States is something that we need to take care of. It is something that we need to be very concerned about. And the objective is not complicated. We want to be able to cross the border as easily as possible. They're our biggest client. It's where Canadians go the most to relax. It's where they go to deal with our very first economic partner. The United States are paying careful attention to what we're doing here. Why? Because at the federal level in the United States, using marijuana is a crime. And whoever commits a crime on a territory other than the United States, who has committed that crime in a territory other than the United States and then goes to the United States, can be refused entry to the United States. They're not saying that to all Canadians. Imagine if somebody in your apartment block next door smokes marijuana just before trying to cross the border. Well, marijuana, one of the consequences is that the smell is very pungent. It's going to cling to everything around the person who smokes. And there's teams at the border. The canine squad is going to smell that. And maybe there's no drugs in the vehicle, but border officers are going to pull you aside. They're going to take you aside where you never want to go. They're going to search your vehicle. They'll search your vehicle, and then they're going to try to find where that smell is coming from, even if you don't have any with you. That's what's going to happen. And once the vehicle is searched and they ask you questions, have you ever used marijuana? And I sure hope you'll say no. Because if you say yes, Americans will have the right to turn you back. Too bad. You'll be refused entry for a certain time because you will have consumed marijuana, which means that you've broken a federal law in the United States and you'll be turned back. For Canadians who go to Florida, to Arizona, to California, That's not something that this government has was hasty to say. It's something that has not been resolved with the Americans. For that reason, for all the other reasons, and especially for all the harm that this government is going to do to Canadian youth, I am going to vote against, as well as my other colleagues from Quebec, against C-45 this Monday. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to highlight the important point raised by my colleague, who took the initiative, and I congratulate him, to speak on behalf of his colleagues from Quebec and the position that they took. The position they developed and explained with regards to the position they've taken, how basically this is going to be a vote for criminal organizations and a product over which they have no control. Point of order, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I would like the member on the other side to retract what he just said. Never in this House did I mention I was going to be voting for maintaining organized crime. The honourable member from Montarville, does he wish to respond? My position is simple. By the contrary, we can do nothing but to conclude that if one votes against something, we vote for something else. I think perhaps we're getting into debate. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable has the right of reply to the question that the member from Montarville raised. Madam Speaker, you see just how twisted the Liberal government's arguments are when it comes to talking about legalization. Everybody says it's naive to think that organized crime is going to cease to exist because we're legalizing marijuana. Alcohol was in the hands of organized crime at the beginning of the 30s. Is there still organized crime today? The member has his answer right there. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe to change the angle of the debate, does my colleague not think that Canada, if this is a bill that is the first priority of the Liberals, if we know that we're heading for legalization, would they not have invested colossally, much more than what we currently see? We're talking about $7 million a year. And when we talk about Colorado, I keep repeating it, they've invested $40 million a year just for the state of Colorado for legalization. If we want to protect people, if that is the goal, to protect people, to make sure that we diminish the consumption of marijuana, is there not perhaps somewhat of a lack of ambition on the ambition side in terms of investing to make sure that there's more treatment, more prevention, that organizations on the ground have more resources as well to ensure that legalization is safe when it comes for public health? The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. It's not just a lack of ambition, it's a lack of judgment. Because the reality is that the prevention program, to be effective, it needs to be done well ahead of legalizing a product. And this government is still launching calls for tender to find out who is going to be offering prevention programs. When the programs have to be ready, school will be over, marijuana will be legalized. That's the reality. And in a newspaper, the Colorado Spring Gazette, we found out that there was an investigation, and they noted an increase of violations of the Drug Act, a 71% increase in schools since the passage of the Act. Suspensions went up by 45% because of problems linked to drugs among minors. That's the reality of Colorado 5 years after legalization. And we don't even have a quarter of the amount being invested in prevention. It's going to be worse here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brossard. Pardon me, Brossard-c'est-Lambert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wonder if my colleague realizes that all those numbers went up because we can deal with it. We can't intervene when it's illegal. Did we do prevention when alcohol and cigarettes were allowed for legal sale? No. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. What an absurd argument. When I ask the question among people in secondary school, how many people I asked how many people drink. Yes, they did drink. Yes, we have to fight. We have to prevent the use of alcohol among young people. That government needs to act instead of just giving them one more opportunity to basically drug their brains. Why not invest in prevention of the use of drugs and alcohol to make sure that our young people are removed from all this temptation? Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Public Health, or for Health, rather.
Of Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and the Criminal Code of Canada and other acts. The Standing Committee on Health has now completed its review of the bill and has heard from over 100 witnesses. I want to sincerely thank the committee members for their valuable insight and their thoughtful contributions to the development of this legislation, and a special thanks for their hard work. A number of amendments were adopted by the committee and will now be considered by Parliament. Our government supports these amendments. They include eliminating the proposed 100-centimetre height limit for the cannabis cultivated at home and committed to the regulations of edibles within 12 months of the bills coming into force. Given the transformative nature of the proposed legislation, we also support the amendments made by the committee that will require a review of the law 3 years after it is brought into force. Bill C-45 is grounded in the interest of public health and safety. It is worthy of adoption of this House. Bill C-45 will legalize, strictly regulate, and restrict access to cannabis for Canadians over the age of 18. By legalizing, strictly regulating, and restricting access to cannabis, this law would take profits from the sales of cannabis out of the hands of criminals and organized crime and protect the public health through strict product requirements for safety and quality. Bill C-45 is grounded in protecting public health and would replace the current system, which clearly is not working. Le projet de loi que nous proposons.
The bill that we are proposing is based on protecting people for whom using cannabis represents a significant or more significant risk for their health, which is our youth. Our bill therefore proposes new serious criminal penalties for people who provide cannabis to youth or recruit them to commit cannabis-related offenses. Madam Speaker, because we want to make the public more aware of the risks linked to cannabis, our government has committed to leading an important information campaign as well as an awareness campaign. This campaign will address, above all, teenagers and young adults. It will raise the dangers linked to driving under the influence of cannabis, among other things.
Recommendations of the task force on cannabis legalization and regulation, which was led by the Honourable Anne McClellan. As well, on October 20th, I met in Edmonton with health ministers from provinces and territories as we discussed the state of cannabis readiness. I want to assure all of my colleagues that provincial and territorial governments will continue to play a crucial role in ensuring that the health and safety of Canadians, especially young Canadians, when it comes to cannabis. Now, I would like to outline the bill's many strengths in greater detail. Cannabis is the most commonly used illegal substance in Canada. Some 21% of our youth and 30% of our young adults have reported using cannabis within the last year. Scientific evidence shows that the risk from cannabis use are higher for youth than adults. It also shows that the younger someone is when they start using cannabis, and the more often they use it, the greater the risk to their health. Les faits sont clairs, Madame la Présidente.
The facts are clear. Many of our youth have access to cannabis, even more so than in other developed countries. That's the reason why our government is proposing an approach based on public health. It's important to say it again. Our government is not in favor of cannabis and is not attempting to facilitate access for youth. Quite the contrary. Our government, above all, is trying to protect our youth through a strict framework around cannabis. As I've already mentioned, too many young people already have access to cannabis more easily than even to cigarettes. Let's look at what's been done over the last 30 years to reduce smoking
in the country. The government controls access to tobacco and discourages its use through different methods. Regulatory framework. Measures to control advertising and promotion. Taxation, as well as warnings about the risks of using tobacco. Over time, this approach has significantly reduced the rate of use of cigarettes. The percentage of young users went from 27% in 1985 to 10% in 2015. That is one of the reasons we are integrating the lessons learned from the fight against smoking to our approach on cannabis. On the one hand, the bill stipulates that no person under 18 years old may possess cannabis. This position reflects the recommendation of the working group. This is an age limit that could protect our teenagers because defining an age limit that is too high would, in our opinion, contribute to maintaining in place the illegal market. The bill, however, outlines that provinces and territories may raise the legal minimum age for purchase and sale. On the other hand, the bill will protect our youth by strongly restricting advertising regarding the use of cannabis. It will be prohibited that promotion be considered attractive to youth. It will also be forbidden to use packaging or labeling that could be attractive to youth. The means of promoting cannabis will be limited to communicating information to consumers. Once again, this information should not be presented in a way that could attract the attention of our youth. As you will understand, these measures will reduce both access and attractiveness for cannabis among youth. We know, however, that it is less likely for the youth to consider that cannabis is an important risk for their health. That is why we are also going to make sure that we provide to Canadian men and women information about cannabis in order for them to be able to talk about the risks of using it with their children.
Madam Speaker, educate and support adults in making informed and responsible choices that minimize the risks of using cannabis, including the dangers related to drug-impaired driving. That is why our government announced that we will invest $46 million in public education and awareness and surveillance, and that work has already begun. Our government will continue to provide leadership, invest resources, and work collaboratively on public education and other levels of government and key partners across the country. Bill C-45 also established a legal and quality-controlled supply of cannabis for sale to adults. The legalization establishes a number of clear rules to protect consumers and set national standards and controls for cannabis products. Under the proposed legislation and its regulations, the federal government would establish industry-wide rules on the types of products that would be allowed for sale in Canada, including rules governing how they are to be produced, tested, labeled, packaged, and shipped. We will build on Canada's existing regulations and system of licensed production of cannabis for medical purposes, which has been recognized as one of the best systems in the world. Let me assure my colleagues that we are also looking at others who have already done this and that we are working closely with them. We are having ongoing conversations with other jurisdictions, such as Colorado and Washington states, to learn from their experiences and build upon the lessons that they have learned. We want to get this right. Putting in place a sound, effective system of regulated access to cannabis will require cooperation and collaboration from all jurisdictions, Madam Speaker. Under this bill, the federal government would be responsible for establishing and maintaining a comprehensive and consistent national framework to regulate the production of cannabis. For their part, provinces and territories could license and oversee the distribution of sale of cannabis. Together with municipalities, they could also tailor certain rules in their own jurisdictions and enforce them through a range of tools, such as tickets, for example. We have worked closely with provinces and territories and our counterparts to ensure that their input has been heard and taken into account. Earlier this week, we published a detailed consultation paper on our proposed approach to regulating cannabis. Over the next 60 days, we will undertake an in-depth discussion with the provinces and territories, Indigenous representation, and also stakeholders. We are also inviting Canadians to submit their feedback online until January 20th, 2018 on everything from licensing to producing, to product standards, to packaging and labeling.
In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the bill before this House today is designed to respond to the challenges that we are already facing. Our youth have access to cannabis. Our youth are consuming cannabis. And organized crime continues to profit from its unregulated sale. While we are proposing to legalize cannabis, we understand that this is a product whose consumption should not be encouraged, just like alcohol and tobacco. This is why we are taking every step necessary to protect our young people as we propose to legalize cannabis. Today, Madam Speaker, I would call on all of my colleagues to support Bill C-45 at third reading. Thank you.
Mata, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech. It's my first opportunity to ask her a question. And I would ask her this, as a new health minister, does it concern her that Canada's physicians, through the Canadian Medical Association, disagree with their plan for marijuana legalization? In particular, Madam Speaker, using the age of 18 as their benchmark, that conflicts with the science in terms of brain development and the impact of cannabis on the brain up until 25. So, has the minister spoken to the CMA about their concerns? Does she see the adverse health impacts for young people up to age 25 as being a critical risk with cannabis? And how does this bill address that risk?
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
Well, Minister of Health.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Colleague for his question. Mrs. Speaker, first of all, we have to recognize that the present approach on cannabis is certainly not working, and we are actually presenting a solution to an existing problem. We recognize that many of our Canadian youth are already consuming cannabis, and they are obtaining the product illegally, and the product is not regulated or controlled. Therefore, our approach is actually a public health approach. We are taking this in a way that we truly want to make sure that we are legalizing, strictly regulating, and restricting access to cannabis to our youth. When it comes to the age of 18, Madam Speaker, we have consulted broadly with the task force, and the task force has made that recommendation. With respect to provinces and territories, we are all aware, however, that if they choose to admit the age higher than 18, it is absolutely their choice. But again, I have to make it very clear. We are taking a public health approach with respect to Bill C-45, as we want to protect the health and safety of our children. And again, during this process, we are certainly not encouraging the use of cannabis. Quite to the contrary, we want to make sure that we can limit access to our youth.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
You know, in my riding, I have not heard a positive word in regards to this legislation.
Exactly.
I know. First off, the police force, the schools, the health providers, the young people in my riding see this as anything but positive for our culture and for our young people. They know, the young people in the schools, from the moment that this government won its opportunity to govern, whenever I was in a school, which was often, the first question they asked me is, what do you think about legalizing marijuana? Of course, I reversed the question back to them. Their response was, we don't want this. Does our health minister not understand that when the science says that this will cause damage to the brains of our young people up to the age of 25, that she is encouraging a behavior that is not positive for the very people that she's responsible for? And I want to ask her if she's prepared for what is going to come forward in the next 3 years and how in the world they would turn this around. I believe the only reason we're looking
at the Minister de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Other questions, and I've allowed some flexibility as to the length of the question. So,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. Actually, Mrs. Speaker, To the contrary, we are actually presenting a solution to an already existing problem that's occurring in our country. We recognize that the rate of Canadians that consume cannabis is extremely high, and we are absolutely taking a public health approach when it comes to this. We want to make sure that we legalize, that we strictly regulate, and that we control access to cannabis, specifically to our youth. And that is why with Bill C-45 we are bringing forward this legislation, because we want to address exactly that. We again want to make sure that our youth, again, we are not encouraging the use of cannabis by any means, but we do recognize that our Canadian youth, that the rate of consumption is already very high, and we are absolutely addressing that specific issue.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville. Oops.
Madam Speaker, the minister mentioned how safety's of concern. Now, I know in my riding, I've seen young people actually lose their life in what's deemed a drug deal gone wrong. So if the minister could please just address how we're going to keep young people safe.
Honorable Minister de la Santé.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As indicated, we are absolutely providing a solution to an existing problem that already exists today, because we recognize that many youth are consuming cannabis that is illegal, unregulated, and the list goes on. Through Bill C-45, we have made significant investments with respect to education and awareness. We want to make sure that we start that process before actually the bill receives royal assent, and afterwards as well. So we are actually going to be starting a public education campaign, and have already done so actually with examples like Drug-Free Kids. We've been able to partner with them, and over 120,000 drug-free kids tools have already been given to Canadians. And that tool really provides Canadians with information regarding the risks associated to cannabis, and it will also provide parents, service providers, and mentors to children with the information that they need to have that difficult conversation that sometimes that they will be needed to have with the youth.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay, Columbia.
Madam Speaker, New Democrats support the legalization of cannabis, and we're supportive of Bill C-45.
I'll go to you next.
Expected this government to be respectful of the concerns of the provinces. I'd like to ask the Minister of Health a simple question. Why, on the very day the provinces were asking for more time, would this government impose time allocation on Bill C-45? Why would the Liberal government be so disrespectful, Madam Speaker?
L'honorable Ministre de la Santé.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker. Actually, Madam Speaker, since our party formed government, we have been working with provinces and territories in preparation of Bill C-45. We continue to have high-level meetings with provinces and territories and Indigenous leaders every 3 weeks, actually, in order to properly prepare for the royal assent of this bill. So this has come to no surprise to Canadians and to provinces and territories. We work in close collaboration with our provinces and territories, and we will continue to do so all the way through the process of this legalization.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not quite sure who the honourable colleague is talking about, who they're working very closely through, because both provincial organizations, provinces, municipal governments, as well as police authorities right across our nation are all asking for more time for this legislation to go through so that they can prepare. Madam Speaker, I also met with Indigenous leaders from my area in northern British Columbia this past week, and they're all saying the same thing. We face an incredible amount of trouble with the timing that this bill is coming through. They're combating drug use and trying to educate their youth against drug use, and all of a sudden this bill is going to come in and they're rushing it through, and those services are not being provided, the tools are not being provided to help combat it. So my question to you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable colleague, which Indigenous communities are you working with? What is your plan? What is the plan for the government to go into these communities to try and combat the excessive drug use that this legislation will promote?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, we have been committed to working closely with provinces and territories and Indigenous leaders. As indicated, we have met, we have committee that meets once every 3 weeks with provinces, territories, and our Indigenous leaders to actually make sure that we are properly prepared for once this bill receives royal assent and that we can move forward. We are absolutely committed to working with our Indigenous communities, and once again, we are working closely with them. We continue to have dedicated discussions to share information and to understand the unique Indigenous perspectives when it comes to this bill. So again, we have been working closely for the past 2 years, and we will continue to do so to ensure that we can have timely passage of this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
I want to follow up on the question posed by my colleague from Courtney Alberni. The minister says that she is talking with Indigenous leaders and ministers of health and justice from across the country repeatedly. However, they are still very unhappy, as are police chiefs, about the lack of time to implement this extremely complicated move to legalize marijuana. This is a huge download on the provinces and territories. And so I ask again through you, Madam Speaker, how can the Minister of Health say that she is consulting when she is still refusing to give provinces and territories more time, and she has shut down debate in this House? It's undemocratic and unfair.
Hear, hear.
A brief answer from the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I can absolutely confirm that we are consulting with provinces and territories and Indigenous leaders. Actually, just last month, I had my first provincial and territorial meetings. That were held in Alberta, and we had a wholesome discussion and also our Indigenous leaders were there with respect to the issue of this bill. So with respect to the consultation approach, we are absolutely full out in doing that. Mrs. Speaker, we have to recognize that the current approach to cannabis is just not working, and that is why the urgency in moving forward. We recognize that Canadian youth right now have access to cannabis, and we want to legalize, strictly regulate, and to control access to ensure that our children won't have access to cannabis. That's exactly why we're moving forward with respect to this process.
I just want to remind the member from Caribou Prince George of the heckling, the rules regarding the heckling, and there are other hecklers in the House, and it's starting to get a little bit stronger, so I would just remind members that they're not to be heckling while someone else is speaking. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with Louis Saint Laurent. Did I say it right? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to once again speak to an issue that I and many Canadians care deeply about. I'm thankful to be given the privilege to speak to Bill C-45 at the third reading. This is a piece of legislation that addresses an issue very close to me. Today, I am going to speak to why I oppose Bill C-45. First and foremost, marijuana is a dangerous drug. The Liberal government should not push through this legislation. This is not what is the right for Canadians. In theory, the purpose of this bill is to protect public health and public safety. In practice, C-45 will not achieve this goal. One of the main concerns regarding this legislation is accessibility to create for drugs. C-45 does not keep marijuana out of the hands of children. It allows the marijuana to be grown in households. If marijuana is in people's home, what message is that sending to our kids? This legislation does not keep our children healthy and or safe. I hear from concerned constituents almost every day that are confused and this legislation are worried about what it means for their families. The Liberal government cannot recklessly continue to push through this legislation. We know marijuana is a dangerous drug. We know that marijuana is damaging to the human body and addictive. We know that marijuana causes harmful effects on youth brain development, a greater incidence of psychosis and schizophrenia. Yet, despite all the scientific evidence, the Liberal government is set to ensure that marijuana will be legal by July 1st, 2018. I oppose this legislation entirely I choose to listen to the concern raised by the scientists, doctors, and law enforcement officials. I want to advocate for this voice that are not heard in this legislation. Those who say this legislation plan is being rushed through without proper planning or consideration for the negative consequences for such complicated legislation. Madam Speaker, the passing of C-45 would lead to a negative repercussions at the global level. I have spoken before to this concern, but it is an important one. If this legislation passes, Canada will be in violation of 3 international treaties. If this bill passes, how can Canada hold other countries to account on their treaty obligation when Canada does not honor its own? There are various issues with this legislation that led me to conclude that it is thoughtless, irresponsible, and rushed. The only goal it has to reach the arbitrary deadline of July 1st, 2018. The Liberal government is not listening to the medical professionals. They're not listening to our police forces. They're not even listening to the concerned Canadians who believe this bill is fundamentally flawed and is being rushed through Parliament in order to meet the arbitrary irresponsible deadline. For these reasons and many more, I am entirely opposed to this legislation. The science is clear. Marijuana is dangerous. Madam Speaker, I want to touch further on the issues of our children and families. The last thing we want is our youth consumption to increase. We do not want our children to have increased risk of mental health disorder. We should be setting our children up to succeed. When it comes to your youth, I know we all want to ensure that they are safe and able to have a better life and more opportunity than we did. Bill C-45 will not help us achieve this goal for our children. Allowing easier access to drugs will not leave our children better off. Currently, the bill recommends the age 18 as a federal minimum. However, the provinces are being given the power to set a higher age. This is problematic. If we talk to our southern neighbors, the United States, the state of Washington and Colorado have legalized marijuana, have used the age of 21 as the minimum. Ontario presently said they will set their minimum age at 19, and Alberta said they will set their minimum age at 21. We know this is not safe. Countless medical professionals have testified that the brain continues to develop until the age of 25. According to the Canadian Medical Association, increased use of marijuana before the age of 25 increases one's risk of developing mental disorders such as schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety by up to 30% compared to those who have used marijuana.
I regret to interrupt the member. Order. I regret to interrupt the member. However, we have to move on with the questions and the statements. So the member will have approximately 4 minutes after question period when the orders are back before the House. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Madam Speaker, we're not sheltered from the gale force winds, the gale force demographic winds faced by Newfoundland and Labrador. To save our ship, our government has partnered with the 4 Atlantic premiers on an Atlantic growth strategy based on 5 important pillars: skilled workforce and immigration, infrastructure, trade and investment, innovation, and clean growth and climate change. The Atlantic growth strategy is working in St. John's East. More infrastructure investment in the last 2 years than the previous 9 years combined. The Atlantic Immigration Pilot Project and the Startup Visa Program for international entrepreneurs. $2 billion over 11 years for trade in Atlantic Canada, and world-leading cold oceans research in partnership with the Ocean Frontier Institute. We do not do this alone. This new collaborative approach relies on strategic partnerships, partnerships epitomized by PRNL and our Ocean Supercluster team. As we tackle these challenges, all Canadians can be confident that our government knows what's at stake and has all hands on deck. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Madam Speaker, since the summertime, my office has been consistently flooded with concerns regarding this government's marijuana legislation. Among their many concerns, my constituents are especially worried that the legislation does not keep marijuana out of the hands of our children, nor does it adequately address impaired driving. If marijuana is grown in the home, there is little that parents can do to stop their kids, especially teenagers, from accessing it. Furthermore, landlords, real estate associations, insurance companies are concerned with the home grow provisions because of the increased fire hazard and mold growth that comes with these kinds of operations. Law enforcement has asked the Liberal government to slow down, citing a lack of technology that can detect marijuana impairment at the roadside. The Canadian Medical Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association have said slow down. The Liberals are ignoring Canadians across the board in a race to meet their arbitrary deadline. I urge the government to take a step back, listen to Canadians, and rethink this poorly constructed legislation.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, last week I had the opportunity to attend the 8th Annual Vaughan Chamber of Commerce Women to Women Symposium. The women there were true leaders in business and entrepreneurship, and it was wonderful to hear their shared experiences of breaking gender barriers. The keynote speaker was Deepa Mehta, a woman film director, and the topic of discussion turned to discrimination, sexual harassment, gender-based violence, topics explored in some of her films. It brought to mind that despite the many successes women are achieving in Canada and the world, it's important to remember that there is still much to be done to ensure equality and safety for women and girls. Tomorrow we begin 16 days of activism against gender-based violence with the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We must remember that gender-based violence disproportionately affects members of marginalized communities and the LGBTQ2 individuals. I urge us all to take action towards creating a world free from violence for all women and girls. We must leave no one behind.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
On any given night in Canada, more than 350 women and children are fleeing domestic violence are turned away because shelters are underfunded and bursting at the seams. Imagine the strength it takes to flee abuse. Imagine the heartbreak of shelter workers having to tell women there is a 6-month waiting list for counselling. It's unacceptable. Violence against women costs Canada $12 billion a year. 1 in 4 women will be victims in their lifetime. Indigenous and disabled women experience a much higher level of violence than anyone else in Canada. We wear orange to honour the United Nations International Day to End Violence Against Women. And we give deepest thanks to shelter operators like Haven Society in Nanaimo. We will keep pressing the Liberal government to turn its feminist words into real action and recommit that Canada's goal must be the eradication of violence against women. We will not.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, our country was built through the determination of men and women investing in the creation of strong and dynamic communities. Recently, 2 businessmen, including Mr. Ronel Bouchard from Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, acquired 21 regional media throughout Quebec, thus becoming the biggest private owner of regional publications in Quebec. Our regional newspapers are key to the life and development of our communities. They are a vehicle for freedom of expression as well as for informing the public. The newspaper Le Canada Français has been playing this role for 157 years in the riding of Saint-Jean. It is the second oldest French-language newspaper in North America. Madam Speaker, Canada needs innovative entrepreneurs like Mr. Bouchard, citizens who know that a strong country is built on vibrant, informed, and connected communities. Thank you.
Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Madam Speaker, Canada 150 has been an opportunity to celebrate how far our great nation has come over the past century and a half. In this, our sesquicentennial year, I set out to honour the many unsung heroes in Flamborough-Glanbrook, the community leaders, volunteers and activists that have been a vital part of building a better Canada. 150 outstanding Canadians were honoured in Flamborough-Glanbrook and the Greater Hamilton area during the award ceremonies that took place in October and November at Mount Hope, Bimbrook and Copetown. While these unsung heroes never seek the limelight, there's no doubt to any of us that they are the true nation builders. Farmers, hockey coaches, Lion Club presidents, food drive volunteers, and the list goes on. It is profoundly humbling to see the incredible work of so many outstanding individuals. Madam Speaker, these nation builders are a living example to the very Canadian values of duty, honour and community, being a good neighbour and a selfless commitment that we celebrate for Canada 150. Congratulations and thank you to everyone in Flamborough-Glanbrook for their nominations and dedication to the community, and congratulations to all the nation builders.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Saturday, Charles Hamelin won the gold medal during the last stage of the World Cup of Skating. We have speed skating in our blood. The city of Saint-Julie built the third skating rink of the family of Charles-François Hire. Through their example, discipline, and determination, the Hamelin family is a model for a whole generation of Quebecers, including the young members of our skating club. The Hamelin brothers will be at the 23rd Winter Olympics, and I hope they come back to Saint-Julie with medals around their necks. Go, Team Canada.
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the life of Senator Tobias Verga, the first Filipino-Canadian appointed to the Senate and the first elected to a position in the City of Toronto.
Before he began his career in politics, Senator Verga had a long, distinguished career as a project manager with the Bank of Montreal. He worked for charitable organizations in Canada as well as in the Philippines. He embodied multiculturalism and diversity.
His dedicated work at the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation by working tirelessly as an advocate for the Filipino-Canadian community. In my riding of Eglinton Lawrence, with a considerable Filipino-Canadian population, Senator Verga was deeply respected by our community. I hope all members will join me in mourning the loss of a friend and colleague whose tireless advocacy works and serves as a continued inspiration for us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Last week, people along the Iraq-Iran border experienced devastation as a deadly earthquake struck the region. Iran claims more than 1,000 people died and thousands more were injured. The majority of those affected are Kurds living south of the village of Halabja along the border in Rojhelat, also known as Kermanshah in Iran. The Kurds were already facing a humanitarian crisis, which now has intensified as a result of the earthquake. They are in dire need of basic life necessities such as water, food, medicine, clothing, and access to electricity, all of which they are being denied as a result of Iran's refusal to accept international assistance. The need is immediate and visible online, with survivors posting videos of collapsed buildings and bodies in the streets. Rare street protests against the Iranian government have drawn attention to the slow response. Canada must press Iran to stop discriminating against its own citizens and provide timely, life-saving assistance in the face of disaster. We share in the grief of affected families, and let's offer that helping hand in their time of need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlotte, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingway.
Madam Speaker, while Canadians have removed their poppies, we must always remember the sacrifices of our brave men and women. Recently, I had the honour of travelling with my fellow colleagues to attend the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Passchendaele. Witnessing how the people of France and Belgium remembered and honoured the sacrifices our country made during the First World War, and standing on the hallowed ground where the Canadian Corps advanced across the valley, then a treacherous morass, and captured and held the Passchendaele Ridge, was a moving experience and one that I will continue to remember during my service for our brave men and women in my role on the Veterans Affairs Committee. And as a physician, it was especially poignant to see the memorial of John McCrae, himself a physician, and read his immortal words in Flanders Fields that continue to impact us today. I would like to thank Veterans Affairs Canada, the organizers of our delegation, the Anna Vets Assiniboia Unit 283, and the Charles Wood Legion 100 for the articles given to the Ypres Historical Society and the people of Ypres who welcomed our delegation with open arms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you. Canuck Place is British Columbia's recognized hospice for children, devoted to the lives of children who live with life-limiting conditions and to supporting the hundreds of families since 1995 who believe that whether life is measured in weeks or months, all children deserve the opportunity to learn, to develop, and to grow. Farther afield, the 7 Summits refers to the 7 highest mountain peaks in the world on 7 continents. To summit all 7 is considered a mountaineering accomplishment, obviously. And so, on November 3rd of this year, Liz Rose from West Vancouver became the youngest Canadian in history at the age of 26 to summit all 7 peaks in pursuit of her goal to raise $200,000 for Canuck Place. To Liz, her perseverance represents the bravery of the children at Canuck Place. She carried their flag to the top, and they were with her. On behalf of all members of Parliament, we're very grateful and very proud of Canuck Place and of Liz Rose and her family. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, in Lakeland, Frog Lake Energy Resources Corp. is First Nations owned and operated. It's built homes, community centres, and increased education programs through responsible oil production. This week, Mikisew Cree First Nation and Fort McKay First Nation reached a historic deal with Suncor that will provide revenues to each community for 25 years. But the Liberals' anti-energy agenda is limiting prosperity for First Nations. Now the First Nations-led $16 billion Eagle Spirit pipeline is at risk. 30 First Nations across BC and Alberta support it, but the Liberals' tanker ban threatens it. They killed Northern Gateway, which most First Nations supported. First Nations in the area actually opposed the tanker ban, but the Liberals never asked them. A former chief from BC says the myth that more First Nations oppose energy than actually do limits opportunities for communities and keeps people in poverty. A Northern premier says the Liberals' drilling ban took away hope for long-term healthy living. The Liberals should support Métis and First Nations who have developed resources responsibly for thousands of years.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Madam Speaker, every year we recognize 16 days of activism against gender-based violence to reflect on the impact of gender-based violence on individuals, families, and communities. Status of Women Canada will be joining the Canadian Football League at the Grey Cup this weekend to share the importance of taking action. This year's theme is My Actions Matter, and all Canadians can make a personal pledge to help end gender-based violence. You can take the pledge at women.gc.ca or at Lansdowne Park on game day, where I will proudly be wearing my double blue to support the Toronto Argonauts. Canadians across the country can show their support by joining the conversation online using the hashtag MyActionsMatter. The Grey Cup remains Canada's most watched sporting event, with 4.3 million Canadians watching last year. I would love to see this many and more Canadians stand up and pledge their support to end gender-based violence. Thank you.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. November 25th is the International Day to End Violence Against Women and Children. According to UN figures, approximately 1 woman out of 5 between the ages of 15 and 49-year-old have been the victim of physical or sexual violence. If a woman is Indigenous in Canada, her risk is 3 times higher of suffering assaults than that of a non-Indigenous woman. Slowly, we've seen a change in culture with respect to allegation of assaults against women, and we have to continue that change. Over the next 15 days, we have to talk about this issue, talk about the help available to women if they have been assaulted, and educate men from a very young age so that violence against women is a thing of the past. This is also an opportunity to remember the Polytechnique shooting, wear a white ribbon, and honor the work of local organizations like Option Ressources Travail, who will be handing out free roses in various areas and various grocery stores. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, tomorrow Hamilton will host its 53rd Vanier Cup, and I'm announcing today in this House that Laval Rouge et Or will probably win its 10th Vanier Cup. Madam Speaker, The Laval Rouge et Or is an institution in Quebec and the terror of all from one ocean to the other. Why? Over its 22 years in existence, they have played 11 times in the Vanier Cup game. 14 Dunsmore Cups, 140 victories and barely 39 losses. No one can beat their record, Madam Speaker. Under Glenn Constantin, their coach, and with the excellent quarterback, Hugo Richard, we're ready. Now, I've heard that the opposing team is just as tough. Western Mustangs scored 222 points apparently over the last 3 games. So not bad. But, Madam Speaker, one thing is certain is that tomorrow will be an extraordinary match because there will be 96 young Canadians who will give their best and who will determine which will be the best team. Go Rouge et Or.
The honour member for Don Valley East.
Madam Speaker, today Canadians woke up to truly horrifying news from Egypt. A bomb and gun attack on a mosque in northern Sinai has left at least 180 people dead and dozens more injured. This callous and appalling attack took place just as prayers at the mosques were ending. All members of this House can agree that worshippers should always feel safe to practice their religion. Nobody should fear for their lives. We offer our sincere condolences to those mourning the loss of family members and friends. We also send our wishes for full recovery to those who were injured. To the people of Egypt, please know that Canadians stand with you during this terrible time. Such violence can never be tolerated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député de Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Liberals promised in the last election that if they became government, the rich would pay more. In fact, the financial report provided by this government for the 2016-17 tax year shows that the wealthiest Canadians paid $1.2 billion less in income tax as a result of the measures that this government instituted. In fact, it says that high-income individuals aim to recognize income in the 2015 tax year before the new 33% tax rate came into effect. What kind of tax strategies did these wealthy Canadians use to declare that income a year earlier?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Strategy that we've put forward to reduce inequalities in this country and to make sure the middle class has more money is to increase taxes on the wealthiest 1%, to lower them for 9 million Canadians, a measure, Madam Speaker, they voted against. We came forward with the Canada Child Benefit that's lifting 300,000 kids out of poverty in this country, reducing child poverty by 40%, a measure, Madam Speaker, they voted against. And what we've done also is look back at measures that they had put forward, such as doubling the TFSA limit or income splitting for families, which we know benefited to the 5-10% of wealthiest Canadians.
The honour for Carleton.
On December 7th, 2015, the markets learned that at the end of that year, the rate of taxation on highest earners would go up to 33%. As a result, many started to sell their shares before the rate went up so that their capital gains would be realized before the change in the tax rate. As a result, in the week following that December 7th announcement, the stock market dropped by 5%. Did the finance minister anticipate this reaction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, we're working to make sure that Canadian businesses have everything they need to succeed. Canadian entrepreneurs are at the basis of our economic growth. That's why we announced a tax cut for SMEs down to 9%. Our economy is growing, something that they did not accomplish in 10 years. We have the strongest growth in the G7, 500,000 jobs created. This is an environment that is good for the prosperity of entrepreneurs from coast to coast, and that's what we're focusing on. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
On the stock market was to sell their shares after the December 7th announcement that this minister made in order to realize any capital gains in the 2015 year before the tax rate went up. As a result, the stock market in Canada dropped 5% subsequent to the minister's announcement on December 7th. I ask again, did the finance minister anticipate that the markets would react in this way to his December 7th announcement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What Canadians were expecting from the previous government was slower growth, the highest unemployment rate since the Second World War. This was a government.
Growth in employment was the slowest job creation since World War II. Quand notre gouvernement est arrivé au pouvoir,
When our government took power, we invested in infrastructure, supported our entrepreneurs in order to make sure that we had growth, to ensure that there is a good climate for investment, for businesses, for prosperity. That's what we wanted to do. That's what we're going to keep doing. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, in our political system, the Minister of Finance is the most important figure in Cabinet after the Prime Minister. That is why the Minister of Finance needs to be above all suspicion, because he is very important and Canadians want to trust him. Unfortunately, the current Minister of Finance is not meeting that criteria. We know that he's currently under investigation, that he paid a fine, and only acts when he's actually caught on something. Is the Minister of Finance finally going to be honest about his numbered companies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague for Louis Saint Laurent is a veteran parliamentarian who knows that we have institutions that preserve the integrity of Parliament. The Ethics Commissioner is the one who makes sure that all parliamentarians and ministers work in conformity with that integrity. She outlines the process to follow and makes sure that the rules that we have to follow in this House are applied. The Minister, as soon as he took power, worked full and transparently with the Ethics Commissioner, has always respected her recommendations, and is now even going even further. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, if he had worked hand in hand with the Ethics Commissioner, why has he been found guilty and had to pay a fine? Why is he currently under investigation? Why did he decide to sell his shares 2 years after taking power? I'm going to ask if when the Minister of Finance is finally going to reveal all of his assets to Canadians. That's what they want to know. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you. The Minister of Finance has always been open and honest with the Ethics Commissioner. As soon as he arrived in Ottawa, he set up a conflict of interest wall, which was working fine for the ministers of the Conservative government when they were in power. The Minister is working with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that he's meeting all the expectations of ministers and parliamentarians.
Valley.
Madam Speaker, officers of Parliament work on behalf of all members of Parliament, not just the government and certainly not the Prime Minister's office. Yet 6 months after the Liberal failed attempt to appoint a Liberal as Language Commissioner, they're reusing the exact same broken process. They voted against the NDP proposal to fix this mess and are now sending us letters with one single name on it and calling it consultation. That's not consultation, that's a charade. So will the Liberals stop doing this? Will they work with Parliament so that we can hire the best watchdogs to work on all of our behalves and on behalf of all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Official languages are at the heart of who we are as Canadians, and we're committed to finding the best person for the important position of Official Languages Commissioner. Our government promised Canadians a rigorous, open and transparent merit-based process for public appointments, and we're keeping with that commitment. An announcement will be made in due course. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, the Liberals promised an open and transparent process, but we have a closed, secretive process. 5 of 8 positions of officers of Parliament are open. We're talking about watchdogs that are serving all parliamentarians. We have no information on the Liberals' plan and their appointment process, and Canadians are being kept in the dark. However, we had offered them a fair, open, and transparent appointment process, but they decided to vote against it. Why did they break this promise?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as we committed to Canadians, we do have a process that's open, transparent, and merit-based. All available positions are available online, and we always encourage Canadians to apply. What's interesting is that we endeavour to always work with all members in this place. We know that Canadians have a place We know that officers of Parliament are independent, and we want to ensure that we pick the best people, and that's why we consider many different factors, and I encourage Canadians to consider applying. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Jean-Pierre. Blah, blah, blah. Rhetoric, rhetoric. Where are the actions? This is very concerning. Canadians are not taking this matter lightly. The former Chief Electoral Officer Jean-Pierre Kingsley said today, and I quote, "These delays in making appointments are exasperating. It is a lack of democratic conscience from a government which I find unacceptable. A lack of conscience. Do the Liberals understand the consequences of their broken promise on our democracy?"
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we will always endeavour to work in the best interest of all Canadians, and that's why this government has taken historic levels of consultations. Every member of Parliament is here to represent the best interest of their constituents, and we appreciate hearing the diversity of those voices. When it comes to our appointment process, it is an open, transparent, merit-based appointment process. Available positions are online, and I encourage Canadians to apply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
So let me get this. When Liberals say their process is open, they mean closed. And when they say it's transparent, they actually mean it's opaque. Just trust us doesn't cut it when it comes to Liberals, because when they go it alone, have you all noticed, things tend to go badly. When they try to appoint a Liberal partisan as a language commissioner, it blew up. Their spectacularly bad and expensive mydemocracy.ca fiasco and their $5.5 million backyard rink come to mind. So the ethics commissioner is not only on her third extension under this government, she's also investigating the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. So stop this mess. Work with all parties to do this right, not the mess that they create.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member has been in this place much longer than I and knows that we endeavour to always work with all members of Parliament, and that's why any constructive feedback is always welcome. We have introduced an open, transparent, merit-based process. We know that many Canadians have considered applying, but what it will take, Madam Speaker, is all members of Parliament wanting these institutions to be successful. Every single member of Parliament will need to go above and beyond, and all we hear from the opposition is criticisms rather than constructive ideas to make the system better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, it took 2 years for the Finance Minister to admit fault for his failure to disclose his directorship in the corporation that owns his French villa and its value. The Ethics Commissioner has fined him. Yesterday, the Liberals spent the day trying to justify the illegal actions of the Finance Minister. It's clear that Canadians have lost trust and faith in this Finance Minister's ability to do his job. Is justifying illegal activity and poor judgment the new standard of these Ottawa Liberals?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Faith in the ability of anyone doing their job. The Canadians lost faith in the Conservatives' ability to do their jobs when it came to managing the economy. That's why they voted them out. And in fact, they were right, because they mismanaged the economy for 10 years. And our Finance Minister, Madam Speaker, has managed to create 500,000 jobs, 500,000 jobs since the last 2 years. Most of them full-time, has generated the best growth in the G7, meanwhile reducing inequalities. That's all things they were never able to achieve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind the members of the opposition to please allow the speakers that are up to speak. I'm sure you want to hear the answer so that you can ask the next question. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, the only assets the Finance Minister grew were his own and on a commission too. So uncovering what assets the Finance Minister holds has been an ethics riddle that we haven't been able to figure out. So riddle me this, Madam Speaker. We're exempt from tax hikes of the everyday sort. You won't find us in a parliamentary disclosure report. What are we? Why? We're the Finance Minister's private holdings, of course. Madam Speaker, will the Finance Minister help us solve this ethics riddle and tell us what's in those private holdings?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member knows, we have in this place institutions which are there to safeguard the integrity of Parliament. We trust the Ethics Commissioner's ability and impartiality to do her job. That's why the Finance Minister, when he arrived in Ottawa, disclosed his assets to the Ethics Commissioner, worked with her to make sure that all rules are followed. She recommended putting in place a conflict of interest screen, which she deemed to be the best measure of compliance possible. That has been in place since the very beginning, and the Finance Minister will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Honourable member from Mégantic-Lérable. What's expected of all members is that they act with transparency and not hide behind the Ethics Commissioner by hoping to find a way to game the system. It took 2 years, the media, and a fine for the Minister of Finance to set up an ethical wall which shelters him from the regard of 35 million Canadians. The wall is full of holes when it comes to conflicts of interest. Why is the Minister of Finance waiting to bring down that wall and shed light on his other numbered companies? The Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, after years we saw the Conservatives undermine Parliament's institutions. I'm not surprised to see the member for the opposition attacking what the Ethics Commissioner considered to be the best measure of compliance. On this side, we believe in our parliamentary institutions, we believe in the Ethics Commissioner, and the Minister of Finance from the very beginning will, as he has from the very beginning, will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner. The member for Mégantic-Lérable. A rich businessman wants to change legislation to make himself wealthier. He implemented Bill C-27, and he made money. The Ethics Commissioner and the opposition protested. He sold his shares. He took the profits, and he's going to get a great tax break. The Minister of Finance has lost the trust of Canadians. When is he going to come back to earth and shed light on all of his financial affairs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned several times, the institution responsible for making sure that the ethics are respected in this place, which is expected of all members and ministers, is to work with the Ethics Commissioner. The Minister of Finance did so. He even went further by setting all of his assets into a blind trust. He sold all his shares in Morneau Chapelle, and he is going to continue to work with Canadians, which has been doing well for the last 2 years, as we've observed lower inequality, phenomenal growth, and the implementation of the child tax benefit, which has benefited many families.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals keep blaming the Ethics Commissioner when they break the rules. They say she's there to safeguard the integrity of this House, but I think Canadians send MPs here to always stand up for their best interests, trusting we all know how to follow the rules and that we're ethical. Instead, the Finance Minister designed Bill C-27, which will enrich his billion-dollar family business. He's now one of 3 Liberals, including the Prime Minister, under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. So my question is simple. Do the Liberals actually know the difference between right and wrong?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the difference between right and wrong, I asked my question about the Harper Conservatives for 10 years, whether they knew what that difference was. When they doubled the TFSA limit that benefited to the 3% the wealthiest, when they scrapped our environmental protections laws in this country, when they disrespected institutions of this Parliament, Madam Speaker, and when they disrespected the Supreme Court, that's a question Canadians ask themselves every day about the previous Harper Conservatives. On this side, the Finance Minister, as well as our government, has worked in the best interests of Canadians, reducing taxes for 9 million Canadians, reducing inequalities in this country, and we're proud of that record, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, the Minister claims the ethics screen counselled by the Ethics Commissioner prevented him from breaking the rules, but obviously that's not true because the Ethics Commissioner fined the Minister for breaking the rules. The screen is supposed to block the Minister from meetings or discussions that could be a conflict, but guess who the Minister himself picked to administer the screen? His Chief of Staff, his most senior, closest and political assistant, who is hired by the Minister, reports to the Minister, and can be fired by the Minister. Can the Liberals not even see the conflicts within their own conflicts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned, I'm not surprised to see the Conservatives question the judgment of the Ethics Commissioner, who is doing her work in full impartiality and independence, who recommended the implementation of a conflict of interest wall, which was considered to be the best measure of compliance. This was a measure that was fine for the Conservative ministers at the time. The Ethics Commissioner recommended this to be the best measure of compliance, and on this side, we work with the Ethics Commissioner. We will always continue to do so. It's what the Minister of Finance has done and will always continue to do.
Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, no veteran should ever be homeless, yet thousands are currently at risk. According to their new national housing strategy, the Liberals don't seem to think this problem deserves to be taken seriously. Their so-called strategy makes only passing reference to homeless veterans. Even worse, affordable housing is postponed till after 2019. How many decades will it take before this government finally acts and addresses the needs of veterans? Madam Speaker, we are in the midst of a crisis. We need a homeless strategy now.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Now, and let's compare what the NDP promised and what the Liberals are now delivering. The NDP in the last election promised to repair 50,000 units of housing. We're going to do 300,000 units. In terms of providing the operating agreements, the NDP was going to renew 365,000. We're doing 385,000 operating agreements. Let's talk about new housing. The NDP promised 10,000 units over 4 years. We're doing 100,000 over 10 years. And when it comes to new subsidies, 0 from the NDP, 300,000 from this party. If you're going to call something timid, I'm going to call something meek. That was meek. And
Once again, I would like to remind the members to listen to the questions so that the next question they'll be able to decide what they want to ask on the next question. So please afford that respect to the people who are speaking. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, the Prime Minister said one person experiencing homelessness in Canada is one too many. But the government has announced it hopes to cut chronic homelessness in Canada by 50% within 10 years. What will the government do about the other 50% who will still be homeless in 10 years? Will the government support my motion to create a plan to help all people experiencing homelessness, or are they satisfied leaving half the population out in the cold?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and
Prime Minister was very clear.
Development.
One homeless person is one homeless person too many. And we have a strategy, a $40 billion strategy over the next 10 years. It is going to reduce chronic homelessness, episodic homelessness, and the vulnerabilities that people find themselves in across this country. The new Canada Housing Benefit is going to address 300,000 people and prevent people from swelling the ranks of the homeless. We have a strategy which we doubled in our first year, a $2.2 billion strategy that's been reprofiled in consultation with people with lived experiences, community organizations, municipalities, provinces and territories. We will attack this issue, and if we can do better than half, we will do everything in our power to achieve that.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, the media have reported that the Liberal Party of Canada's bagman has financial interests in tax havens. The Liberal government is asking Canadians to shoulder an ever greater tax burden while its influential friends are getting a free ride in those tax havens. After these new revelations, is the Prime Minister still satisfied with the situation, or is he going to continue to protect his billionaire friend of the Liberal family? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. My colleague knows full well that I will not comment on any individual cases, not today, tomorrow, not next year, or ever. The law forbids me from doing so. I want to reassure my colleague that no one is interfering in the agency's investigations, and as long as I will be Minister of National Revenue, it will never happen. Let us be clear, no one is above the law. And as Minister, I work every day to make sure that the law is applied.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party's chief fundraiser, Stephen Bronfman, denied links to offshore tax havens after 1998. However, documents show that Bronfman family companies were still owed millions from their trust in the Cayman Islands in 2005. The Prime Minister doesn't seem concerned that his friend has apparently misled him, and he certainly seems fine with the fact that his millionaire Liberal cronies have been cheating Canada. Is the Prime Minister still satisfied with his friend's version of the facts, despite very clear evidence to the contrary?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Madam Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, I will not comment an individual case, not today, not tomorrow, not next week, not next year, not ever. The law forbids me from doing so. I want to reassure my colleague that no one is interfering in the agency's files or its audits. As long as I am Minister of National Revenue, the law will be applied. Let us be clear, no one is above the law. And as Minister, I work every day to make sure that the law is upheld and that it protects Canada's tax system.
Madam Speaker, the Foreign Affairs Minister's August speech outlined Canada's progressive agenda for NAFTA,
but now it seems that Canada's agenda is leading to deadlock at the negotiation table. Even Ontario's Premier is worried about the failure of NAFTA. So in response to the deadlock, Canada has quietly begun telling our stakeholders that all the Canadian proposals will be non-binding. Will the minister admit to this House that they've been telling NAFTA stakeholders that Canada's progressive priorities will not be binding on the United States or Mexico?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, our negotiating position is clear, and we will defend and maintain the elements of NAFTA that Canadians know are essential to our national interest. We are negotiating in good faith with our partners, but we cannot and will not accept proposals that put Canadian jobs at risk and do harm to our economy. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to add, in terms of jobs, this government has added 500,000 jobs in the last 2 years, and our GDP is the best of all of the G7. We will always defend Canadians' national interest and Canadian values. Thank you.
The honourable member for Durham.
Well, Madam Speaker, moving from the sublime to the ridiculous, I don't need to remind this House that the Castro family has murdered thousands of people. They have denied the Cuban people fundamental democratic rights and freedoms. They've persecuted gays and lesbians for their sexual orientation. So does the Prime Minister seriously believe that he should team up with the Castros to negotiate on nuclear weapons with North Korea?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, we are certainly following the situation in North Korea and the provocative actions coming out of that region. Let me be clear, the member opposite should know full well by now that this government sees human rights as foundational in all of our international engagements. We will ensure to continue to espouse human rights in any and all relationships, including rule of law and pacifism around the world. We remain concerned with the situation in North Korea, and certainly our minister is monitoring that closely. Thank you.
The
honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. For too long, jurisdictional gaps have left coastal communities dealing with abandoned vessels with nowhere to turn for help. In my riding, there are many environmental concerns around the Catherine Spirit. We're talking about many tons of hazardous materials and contaminated water. The Liberal Bill C-64 doesn't tackle the massive delay concerning abandoned vessels in coastal communities. Will the Liberals finally work with these communities and with the NDP by debating Bill C-352 in order to fix the gaps in their own bill?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. We know that protecting our oceans is absolutely essential, and that's why we introduced the Oceans Protection Plan. We've also, as a part of that Oceans Protection Plan, introduced Wrecked, Abandoned, or Hazardous Vessels Act. Now, this is a long-term, comprehensive, integrated plan to address the issue, and Canadians deserve no less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
After the Liberals blocked my bill on abandoned vessels, I launched an historic appeal, allowing MPs to decide themselves if it should be debated. It should, because it's built on solutions proposed by coastal communities, which fill gaps in the government's bill C-64.
That's right.
We've got hundreds of signatures in support of my bill, and this week the Mayor of Ladysmith wrote directly to the Prime Minister urging him to allow debate. Why is this government blocking my legislation, and why is it stifling coastal voices?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, and as I've already mentioned, this is what Canadians expect a government to do, is to come out with legislation that is comprehensive, long-term, integrated, multi-jurisdictional, negotiated, and that's exactly what we're doing. We look forward to the opportunity, the determination of the House next week, but Madam Speaker, make no doubt, we're serious about making this happen.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Madam Speaker, this weekend, the 105th Grey Cup will be held right here in Ottawa, in the region of the National Capital Region. Toronto will go head-to-head with Calgary in a game that we hope will be just as exciting as last year's game was.
Several thousand young people from across the country will watch on TV, see some of the best athletes competing. Can the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities tell us about the inspiration these events provide to young people?
The Honourable Minister for Sports and Disabilities.
For 105 years, CFL athletes have been inspiring our kids to participate in sports. Kids have dreamed of emulating their CFL heroes, from Jackie Parker to John Cornish, from Bruce Covington to Ricky Ray, from Dave Sapunjas to S.J. Gree. And this is important because we want kids to live active, healthy lives and, of course, to dream big and be proud of who we are. I'm proud of our CFL athletes, teams, and organizations, but on Sunday, Madam Speaker, I will be cheering for my hometown, Calgary Stampeders. Go Stamps, go!
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yesterday, the minister said that the number of ISIS fighters in Canada that he's been citing is essentially accurate. Well, being essentially accurate isn't going to keep Canadians safe or bring justice to the victims of these criminals. So I'll ask him once again, how can the minister claim to be surveilling all ISIS fighters in Canada if he's using 2-year-old data? Or is he claiming that no new terrorists have entered Canada in the last 2 years? Or is he admitting that there are terrorists that he is no longer watching?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in the honourable member's views, but there are other views. And last night in the media, security expert and former CSIS officer Phil Gursky said this, quote, "The previous government had an abysmal record when it came to countering violent extremism and early detection. The Conservative government didn't care," end of quote. Dr. Lauren Dawson from the University of Waterloo said the previous Conservative government had little or no interest in following up on this, so Canada is late. They also, Madam Speaker, cut $1 billion from the security services of Canada.
Again, I remind the members that they should be listening to the question, and they could end up losing a question if it's taking too much time. So I would assume that in order to ask the next question, they would like to know what the answer was. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, here's the fact. It was our Conservative government that passed the laws that will allow these criminals to be punished. It's the $300 million that we directed to counter terrorism that's helping law enforcement officials do their jobs today. By contrast, this government's response to these terrorists has been to weaken these laws, provide funding for integration support for these criminals, and hide their numbers from Canadians. He's dancing, Madam Speaker. Why won't the minister tell Canadians how many ISIS fighters have returned to Canada in the last 2 years, and how many are under 24-hour surveillance?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers have indeed been published already. Canada works constantly with all of our allies, the Five Eyes, G7, Interpol and others, to know as much as we possibly can about every threat. Our Canadian agencies constantly assess and reassess all the data to be effective and current in keeping Canadians safe, and they respond with a full suite of measures: investigations, surveillance, marshalling evidence, lifting passports, no-fly lists, threat reduction initiatives, and criminal proceedings, Madam Speaker, wherever that is possible.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
To be following and watching terrorists. They also claim to support and respect the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, but the Liberals are cutting the pay of our brave soldiers who have served in some of the most dangerous missions in the world, while at the same time pandering to Canadian ISIS terrorists by giving them, Madam Speaker, taxpayer-funded reintegration programs. Why are the Liberals choosing Canadian terrorists over the brave women and men who have fought against them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Madam Speaker, Canada has been a part of the fight against the Islamic State. We have worked with the Iraqis and mainly the Kurds to defend Mosul and to reestablish peace in that region. We also want to ensure stability there through our actions. We are also present in ensuring the stabilization of the region through different actions. The Honourable Member for Bhopal-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, my colleague didn't talk about the fight against ISIS. He was talking about our government's treatment for our currently serving soldiers. they're turning their backs to our veterans and threatening to cut the monthly service benefit for wounded soldiers as we speak. The Liberals are proposing a state-funded assistance program for radicalized terrorists, and they won't even offer this type of services to law-abiding Canadian citizens. Madam Speaker, why should terrorists who fought against our country be entitled to free reintegration services when the Liberals are abandoning our own wounded soldiers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I need to correct my colleague across the way. It's not correct to say that there were cuts or cuts to their benefits or income. We recently increased benefits by 5%, and we are allowing a grace period of 6 months to wounded soldiers to help them get back to health. We think that with this 6-month grace period, we are already very much helping them transition back to their period of normal income.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Last week, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature called Wood Buffalo National Park one of the most threatened World Heritage Sites in North America. They affirmed what UNESCO has already found. Canada's largest national park is threatened by federal government neglect and resource development. UNESCO gave the government until February 2018 to respond to their report, but with the deadline approaching, Canadians have not heard anything. This is a black eye for Canada on the world stage. What will the government do to save this critically important park?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
For his question and for his advocacy on parks and protected areas. We understand the importance of protecting Wood Buffalo National Park, and we welcome the review by UNESCO. We are working very hard, including with the Indigenous communities within the park, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Revenue is trying to blame the Conservatives for the disastrous evaluation her agency got from the Auditor General. She says that staff cuts were to blame, but after 2 years she hasn't done anything about that. When half of the calls to the CRA don't get through, and 30% of callers are given bad information, it seems obvious to me that in-person services need to be restored to rural areas. When will she finally realize that nothing is more effective than in-person service? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. We agree with all of the Auditor General's recommendations. The Conservative government before us chose to cut these services available to Canadians by cutting funding to call centres. Under the former Minister Finlay, they reduced the number of staff in centres, they reduced operating hours, and reduced service standards. Rather than cutting, we have chosen to reinvest $50 million over the next 4 years. I will continue to work to ensure that the agency treats Canadians like important customers instead of simple taxpayers, as is written in my mandate letter.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, we're standing 2 blocks away from the longest skating rink in the world. 4 blocks away at City Hall, they have a lovely outdoor facility. However, this government sees nothing wrong with spending $5.6 million for a temporary rink on Parliament Hill. Works out to about $300 taxpayer dollars per spin. Now we hear it's going to go be rebuilt in Ottawa. Will the minister at least commit to sending this rink to a community in the north where the season is long and the need is great?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Of course, we're really delighted with this new project. If my colleague would have listened to what I've said in the past, actually, this rink will be given to a community in need afterwards. Meanwhile, Canadians will have until February to really enjoy the great winterlude and also this important infrastructure. And I really hope I'll have the chance to go on the ice, enjoy ice skating with her, because this is a great way to celebrate Canada 150. Thank you.
I know that it's Friday and the day is going to end pretty soon, but again, I would just ask people to restrain themselves just a little while longer. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, it's been 2 years since the minister gutted the Financial Transparency Act for First Nations. Now Harrison Thunderchild has reluctantly taken his leadership in the community to court around their lack of disclosure. He told the National Post every level of government has that expectation to be transparent and accountable. First Nations should not be different. The minister promised a new system 2 years ago. When is she going to deliver?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Colleague for the question. I hope my colleague has recognized that we are on a journey of reconciliation. Our renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples is based on a recognition of rights, respect, cooperation and partnership. It's in that context that we are doing work to establish a new fiscal relationship with Indigenous peoples. We are consulting in terms of how we can develop better systems of mutual accountability, and I would be happy to hear any recommendations to that end.
Excuse me. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, in response to the minister treating Canadians like important customers, this government has failed a hard-working public servant in my riding of Yorkton Melville. Last spring, out of the blue, Phoenix cut her pay by $500 a month. Whoa. What was she told when she called the Pay Centre helpline? Your call is important to us. If you've received an overpayment, press 1. If you have a concern about your T4, press 2. For all other inquiries, press 3. Can the minister please explain why was "if we owe you money" not priority number 1?
Exactly. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the number 1 priority for me. Getting people paid on time and properly is indeed my primary focus. And Madam Speaker, we are taking steps that the previous government simply didn't take. It was their irresponsibility that put us in this situation. We are improving our government, including improving our training. We are... Sorry.
Yeah, order. Again, I must ask people to restrain themselves just a little bit longer. Allow the minister to finish her response. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we have put in place emergency pay services. We are working with every level within all of our departments. Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, this will be solved for public servants by public servants. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, an estimated 1 in 3 women will experience some form of sexual violence in her lifetime. Gender-based violence has a devastating impact on individuals, families, and communities. Recent high-profile events continue to shine a light on the immediate need for activism. November 25th will mark the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, and the first of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Can the Minister inform this House how we can all get involved and show our support?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
I want to thank my colleague from Mississauga-Streetsville for his advocacy, Madam Speaker. During the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we reflect on the causes and costs of gender-based violence. This year's theme, My Actions Matter, is a call to action to take concrete steps to recognize, to call out, and speak up against acts of gender-based violence. We are proud of partnering with the CFL to promote anti-violence measures at the 105th Grey Cup right here in Ottawa, and I encourage everyone to join them and take a pledge to end gender-based violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Banff-Airdrie.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals seem confused about how rules work. They seem to penalise those who follow them and reward those who break them. Recently, a constituent lost her landed immigrant card and needed to get travel within a few days, and so she needed to contact the government for a replacement card, but was told that it would take at least a month to replace it and that there was no way to expedite the process. Meanwhile, those who are illegally crossing the border into Canada are getting expedited work permits. So, Madam Speaker, why are the Liberals punishing those who follow the rules and rewarding those who don't?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the question had many aspects to it. Now, if the member is talking about a particular case, he knows that I can't comment on it. But if the member across the way is talking generally about asylum requests at the border, I can say that we are convinced that it's important to raise awareness in the U.S. to ensure that people know that the rules that we have in Canada need to be respected. Madam Speaker, I would be pleased to discuss with him that particular case later.
Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, our government has announced a national housing strategy which will lead to real transformative change. By enshrining the right to housing for all Canadians in this strategy, the government is taking taking the lead in reducing homelessness and poverty.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development share with this House how seniors, like those in my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore who are advocating for more affordable housing, will benefit from this new strategy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I can attest to the first-hand witnessing I've seen of this member from Mississauga Lakeshore's commitment to seniors and seniors housing. I attended a massive town hall with him as part of the consultations that led to the rollout of the National Housing Strategy. The part of the National Housing Strategy that I think it speaks most strongly to the issue he's raised around seniors is the new Canada Housing Benefit. It will allow us to help seniors age in place with dignity. It allowed us to target seniors in particular for support and make sure that their lives are conducted with dignity and support. It also builds on the CPP reforms and GIS reforms that we put in place. Seniors matters, housing matters, and that members' work on this has been absolutely fantastic.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Canada's Fundamental Science Review was delivered to this Liberal government over 7 months ago. The Naylor Report review outlines 35 recommendations. When asked about these by the science community, the Science Minister has no clear answer and simply says they're working on it. It's been 229 days now, so just working on it won't cut it, Madam Speaker. Simple question to the Minister. Can she tell Canadians when these recommendations will be implemented?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, after a decade of neglect, our government is working to restore Canadian science. We started by unmuzzling our scientists and then made historic investments, including $2 billion in research infrastructure and the largest investment in fundamental science in a decade. Now we're taking action on fundamental science review recommendations and launching the Canada Research Coordinating Committee to improve coordination of the granting councils and capping the Tier 1 renewals for the Canada Research Chairs to ensure new opportunities for young researchers.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, flight attendants are concerned about the decision to allow small knives on airplanes. They've been clear with the Minister of Transport. They've said this change goes too far, it puts flight attendants and the public in danger. The ICAO doesn't require the harmonization of rules concerning high-risk items. So why allow pocket knives in planes when they can be checked in the hold? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dozens of other countries have adopted the same measures that we have. Passenger safety is a serious issue for all of us. These countries include France, Great Britain, Germany, New Zealand, Italy, Russia, Iceland, Ireland, Spain, Austria, Hungary, Greece, Belgium, and others. We all care about passenger safety.
Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Montcalm. 163 people at the Davie shipyard lost their jobs yesterday because the government isn't doing its job. That's 163 jobs lost and 350 more under threat next week, and it's only a month until Christmas. This is this government's fault because this government continues to cheat Quebecers out of shipbuilding contracts. Will the government finally take action and award Davie a second contract for a replenishment vessel? This is getting urgent.
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is always concerned by the consequences of job losses for workers and their families. We recognize the important work done by the Davie workers. Our government has been in contact with the head of the Davie shipyard, as well as unions and the Quebec government. Our national shipbuilding strategy has allocated $2 billion for various contracts, and the Davie shipyard is eligible for those bids. Our government does not plan on buying another replenishment vessel.
Le député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, the government is concerned, but it's not taking action. Madam Speaker, the employment insurance program is completely disconnected from the needs of seasonal workers. So much so that when things go well and the unemployment rate goes down, things actually get worse for seasonal workers in regions. The Prime Minister was elected on a promise to solve the problems with the EI system. He did it for oil workers in the West. So what's he waiting for to keep his promise to seasonal workers in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. I'm aware that seasonal workers may face difficult situations.
Addressing this issue, we are in consultation right now with employers, with workers, with municipalities, with jurisdictions that have coverage of this issue. We are consulting to make sure that a comprehensive response is possible. Seasonal workers and those who face difficulties, even as we create 500,000 jobs and face regional challenges, are front of mind of this government, in particular the minister who is addressing this issue with his counterparts in the province.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. While traveling my riding, constituents expressed concern about carbon pricing and how it will increase our already high cost of living. The Minister is aware that Nunavut is totally reliant on fossil fuels. Despite this, Madam Speaker, Nunavut's carbon footprint is only 0.1% of Canada's carbon footprint. The Government of Canada is committed to design a solution that accounts for our unique nature when developing carbon pricing exemptions and regulations. My question is, are there specific exemptions and regulations being developed for Nunavut? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Nakulmik to the member of Nunavut for his question, and thank you for his advocacy on behalf of Nunavummiut. We know that Northerners are on the front lines of climate change. I saw this directly when I was in the high Arctic this summer. I heard of Inuit going through, hunters falling through the ice because they can no longer tell the thickness of the ice. Our climate plan understands that we need to be working with Northerners, that we need to develop unique situations. We're committed to working with our partners in the North on carbon pricing, and I'm happy to say that we're sharing results of a study that we've conducted right now.
Unfortunately, the time is up. Point
of order, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent of the House to adopt the following motion. That this House call on the government to review its method of calculating eligibility for employment insurance benefits in order to better meet the needs of working men and women who have seasonal jobs. These are important jobs for the regional economies in Quebec. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? No, there is no unanimous consent.
The Honourable Member for Durham has a point of order. Point of privilege.
And it relates to the comments made by the MP from Skeena-Bulkley Valley today, who reminded this House that the government is about to appoint an official languages commissioner, Madam Speaker. And I'd refer you to my point raised on May 31st in this House and talked about again on June 6th. And I've yet to receive a decision from the chair with respect to that point of privilege for contempt on the part of the Minister of Heritage, Madam Speaker. In those references, we provided prima facie evidence of contempt where the evidence of Madame Mayer, who was considered for a time as a person for the official languages post, conflicted directly with the remarks of the Minister of Heritage in this place on May 31st. Again, on June 6th, there was additional information for the Speaker to consider, Madam Speaker. And I would also say that news from November 17th that suggests that a senior advisor in the Minister's office, who had also worked at Queen's Park, the Ontario legislature, with respect to Madame Mayer and senior PMO officials, directly contradicts what the Minister of Heritage told this House with respect to the appointment of the official languages commissioner. Now, Madam Speaker, there is no timeline on when the Speaker needs to respond to a point of privilege or a point of order, but in light of the fact that this was raised in May, and we are likely days away from a new person being named as the official languages commissioner, it's an additional point of privilege for me as a member that my previous point of privilege is addressed before this new person is appointed. The minister's actions with respect to the appointment process, both originally and now, is suspect, Madam Speaker, and is in contempt of my privileges as a member, and I would like that determination from the original May 31st point of privilege to be addressed before the government proceeds with their next appointment. So I'm asking you, Madam Speaker, for that decision with respect to my May 31st point to be accelerated so that that matter can be addressed in proper course.
I greatly appreciate the follow-up information that the member has provided. At this point, I'm not quite sure if it's actually a matter of privilege. However, I will certainly take the information back, and the Speaker will certainly come back before the House if needed. Thank you. Point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Hold on here. New West. I always get that one mixed up. New Westminster Burnaby. I had it right. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add to the member's point. I will certainly be checking the blues. If it is true that there was a point of privilege raised on May 31st that has not been responded to, I would agree completely that we as a House need to receive the reply from you, Madam Speaker, prior to at this critical point in these critical weeks. We need to have that reply. I'm going to be checking the blues, Madam Speaker, and I'll reserve the possibility to come back and comment further either later on today or Monday. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Government House Leader is on the same point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would just ask that if you are going to consider any new information in regards to this matter, that we be notified as well and we be able to respond in this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I appreciate the Government House Leader's intervention. The new information that's been provided is exactly what has been stated here, but if there's anything additional, we will be sure to do that. Again, I will take all of the comments under advisement, and we will get back to the Speaker will get back to the House as soon as possible if required. Tabling of documents, dépôt de projet de introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans, no?
No. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committee.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very large petition to present. It has 32,000 signatures, which I wonder if it might be a record in this place for written signatures. The Catholic Women's League spearheaded this, but what they have recognized is healthcare is changing, and hospice and palliative care needs to be a very integral part of our system. So again, an extraordinary work by them to get 32,000 signatures, and pleased to present it today. And I think they have raised a very valid and important point that needs some consideration by this government.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Salle et Marc-Verdun.
Today a petition signed by LaSalle Community Comprehensive High School students. Ils demandent au Parlement.
Calling on Parliament to promote awareness campaigns on child labour and to pass legislation making corporations in Canada to show their efforts to combat and prevent child labour in their organization.
A call to action which I and many Canadians support. Thank you.
So I just want to remind the member that he's, when tabling petitions, that it's not to show support. The member basically tables the view of the petitioners. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Madam Speaker, today I bring forward a petition on behalf of thousands of hard-working Canadians who are concerned about this government's proposed changes in the tax planning using private corporations proposal. And they're calling upon the government to completely abandon these proposed changes and to publicly commit to not raising taxes on dedicated small business owners who contribute economic value and growth to Canadians everywhere. Small business owners work hard for their money and they should expect the government's support. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise again in this House to present petitions from coastal people that are urging that this government, that this House adopt my legislation, Bill C-352, to solve the problem of abandoned vessels. These signatories are from Port Saunders and Corner Brook, Newfoundland, and on the west coast, Nanaimo and Ladysmith. They urge that the bill in its remedies around fixing vessel registration, dealing with the backlog of abandoned vessels, and dealing with recycling and green jobs all be advanced. All of those are pieces that would fill holes in the government's Bill C-64.
Excellent petition.
Présentation des pétitions, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A pastor in my riding asked me to table a paper petition here in the House signed by many citizens in order to ensure that the government is protecting all religious leaders and the freedom to practice one's faith without disruption. I think that the government is willing to do that, but I want to table this petition anyway. When a petition is tabled, it is not debate time, nor is it an opportunity to give one's own opinion or thoughts on the matter. It is simply an opportunity to table the petition.
Petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. Questions écrites au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville had 4 minutes left before I interrupted before question period, so the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville, debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Countless medical professionals have testified that the brain continues to develop until the age of 25. According to the Canadian Medical Association, increased use of marijuana before the age of 25 increases one's risk of developing mental disorder such as schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety by up to 30% compared to those who have not used marijuana under the age of 25. The government cannot go through with this. Is this what we want for our children? I have said this before, but I have to say this again. This is the most certainly not what I want for my children. This is not what I want for my constituents, and this is not what I want for Canadians. For these reasons, the Canadian Medical Association and various other medical professionals recommended increasing the age which is a person can consume marijuana to 21 at the very least. As it said, the government will fail our children if they go through with this legislation. The government claims this legislation will control the drugs, but in reality, it will allow the drug to become out of control. The vast majority of witnesses at Health Committee spoke strongly against homegrown in their testimony, including most medical groups and the police forces that appeared. Allowing homegrown will most certainly not regulate the industry. Further, police have said before the Health Committee that because they cannot see inside home, they will be unable to enforce a plant per household quota. Even more concerning is that the large network of legal Homegrown could easily become an organized crime network, and it could happen next door to you or me, Madam Speaker. Canadian families expect safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children. We are parliamentarian. We are representative of our constituents, and we need to ensure that all voices are heard. People are concerned about this drug. We, as an elected official, can and should provide guidance on this drug to reflect the view of all Canadians. When it comes to health and safety, Canadians deserve the best. This legislation is not what is the best for Canadians. Now, there are only 218 days to go until the arbitrary date of July 1st, 2018. Let me be clear. Let us not rush through this legislation. We need to do what is right for Canadians. The provinces, the municipalities, and the police forces are not ready to implement this legislation. I cannot support Bill C-45. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, consistently the Conservatives, when they stand up, talk about a problem if the bill actually passes. What they fail to recognize is that the problem is there today. We have a serious problem with cannabis and marijuana consumption in our youth. It is recognized as one of the highest in the world in terms of usage. I have in my own constituency, as it applies to all constituencies, criminal elements that go into our schools to sell marijuana to our children, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds. We finally have a government that's taken a proactive approach at dealing with the issue. We have a government that made a commitment in the last election to do exactly what it is that it's doing today. It's a part of the election platform. We're stepping forward and trying to resolve some very complicated issues. And my question to the member across the way is, would the Conservatives not recognize that the status quo is just not worked? The numbers and what's happening to our young people in our schools today.
I do have to allow for other questions. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, there is a problem. There is a huge problem. What, Madam Speaker, they are going to make it worse. This is the main concern. The law enforcement, the police officers, the medical associations, everyone spoke against it. For example, the marijuana available in their home, when they're allowing the plants to grow in their homes, and every street corner is available. You go to Shopper Drug Mart is available. So this thing making it worse, the overall situation. Yes, there is a problem, but you're making it worse down the road. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. Recently, earlier this week, I had the Federation of Canadian Municipalities come and sit down and have a chat with me, and one of their major concerns was around the pace of the legalization of marijuana and how much communities themselves have a lot of work to do to prepare. So I'm just wondering if the member could share with this House a little bit about how he shares those concerns and how this government needs to support communities in this process.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member's question. Yes, indeed, there is a problem. There are many, many problems. I was speaking to our local police chief. He was wondering when we going to train our police officers, and it costs $10,000 to train one police officer. Where the money is going to come from? What happened when the kids go to the schools stoned, eating the wrong brownies from the kitchen? All those questions, all those concerns, they are not taken. The whole process is not well thought through by this Liberal government. And there is no rush. Please take your time. And the arbitrary July 1st, 2018 is simply unacceptable to us and unacceptable to all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot of reasons why not to do this legalization of marijuana and what's the rush. I know when I was door knocking back in 2015, we hit about 25,000 doors. I can count on two hands the number of times I talked to people who said, you know what, I'm going to vote Liberal because they're legalizing marijuana. The biggest question I'd like to ask my colleague is, you know, we've heard that doctors are against it, police are against it, firefighters are against it, insurance people are against it, etc. Does he have any idea why would the Liberals do this when nobody wanted it, and what's the rush?
A brief answer from the member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we did a round table in my riding. 98% disagree with this government. 98% think we are going to make the situation worse. The only one thing across my mind is if the Liberal government is so broke, they're looking for a couple of bucks, another $500 million or $1 billion. They're forgetting there is a cost attached to this issue. There's going to be more money for the health care, for the policing, from the schooling, and everywhere else. There is a cost involved to it. Most of the provinces, the municipalities are lifting all the work. Meantime, the Liberal government is looking for more cash because they're broke. Thank you. Good job.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for sharing his time. Madam Speaker, third reading means it's the last time we'll have the opportunity to extensively look at this tragedy. This will be signed by the Liberal Party of Canada, by the current Prime Minister. This is the legalization, or rather the normalization, of the use of drugs in Canada. Madam Speaker, what's happening is sad, because what we're going to be allowing is normalizing marijuana, and it will also create unbelievable family disputes, major divisions, will lead to children who are going to fall into horror and sadness, and parents who will be helpless to face this sad reality. That is what is coming for Canada, which will be forever signed by the current Prime Minister. At the end of my speech, I will demonstrate again through the facts that this is not just something I'm seeing in my mind's eye. These are facts which have been observed elsewhere, not very far from home. Madam Speaker, we are almost at the final step, and we know that in barely 6 months, the legalization of marijuana is going to be done, unfortunately. Municipalities and provinces are dealing with the implementation of this policy, with all of the problems that it is generating. Where are we now? Especially the province that I'm living in, Quebec? Well, Madam Speaker, police officers are not ready. In a recent article, the Quebec Federation of Police Officers indicated that they don't have enough evaluating officers. According to the president of the Federation, Mr. Cote, he said that it's clear that it will take more evaluating officers that are properly trained. By July 1st, the ratio of officers will not be enough. What does that mean? It means major problems for police officers and for people who drive. We know that the government of Quebec from the beginning said it didn't make any sense to go so quickly. The government kept repeating it. But the provincial government and the National Assembly didn't take any chances, and recently they tabled a bill. I often abstain from commenting what's happening on the provincial scene, even though it's hard for me sometimes, even though I was working there for about 7 years. If there's one thing that I need to raise about Bill C-45 tabled by, or rather by the bill tabled by the Provincial Assembly, is that, fortunately, we're going to prevent production at home of marijuana. If there are people who are irresponsible enough, let's remain polite. If there are people who are irresponsible enough to allow the production at home of marijuana in all of Canada's residences, luckily in Quebec, some stood up and said that makes no sense and it's going to be forbidden in Quebec. I dare to hope that the Liberal government will not oppose to these steps taken by the Assembly. The Minister responsible for health, Madame Charlebois, regarding a motion that was unanimously passed by the Assembly asking the Liberal government to delay implementation by at least 1 year, the legalization of marijuana. She said we're going to vote in favor of the proposed motion because we've said from the very beginning that the deadline seems very tight. When it comes to implementing the legislation, if we had 1 more year, we would be able to do a better job. Same thing from the new mayor of Montreal, Ms. Valérie Plante. I had the pleasure of meeting her yesterday. What does Madame Plante have to say? And I quote, she says that Montreal is not ready for the legalization of cannabis. She would really like to see more time. Ultimately, the municipality will be managing the impacts. We have to think about zoning, about parks. And yes, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, while the government is normalizing marijuana, provinces and municipalities are stuck with real problems about this very, very, very bad policy. This bill also shows up to which point, under certain circumstances, especially these ones, the government is being unbelievably hypocritical. The government keeps telling us there's nothing more important than First Nations. We have to work with First Nations. They have been persecuted for centuries, and we don't disagree. But let me quote the Prime Minister in the mandate letter for all ministers. He says that no relationship is more important for me and for Canada than the relationship with the Indigenous peoples. It's time to renew the nation-to-nation relationship to make sure that it is based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Respect, cooperation, partnership. Those are the words of the Prime Minister for the First Nations. Here are the words and here are the actions. Is the government acting with respect, cooperation, and partnership with First Nations? Not in the least. I know what I'm talking about. I had the privilege for 2 years now to represent the riding of Louis Saint Laurent, which at its heart has the Huron-Wendake community, and I'm proud to represent them. In Wendake, they want nothing to do with legalization of marijuana, and I'm very proud to be their representative here in the House of Commons, as I was for 7 years at the Quebec National Assembly. The Grand Chief said that when it comes to our own economic development, we have very serious fears because this is a problem for First Nations. We simply have to admit it. This is a problem for First Nations. I'm not the one who's saying it. It's not a conservative or a liberal saying it. It is the Grand Chief of a First Nation who says so, that drugs is a problem for First Nations, and this government just wants to normalize it, which is vigorously contested by First Nations, especially the Wendake, whom I represent. Allow me to pay tribute to this Grand Chief, to this great man, who was not afraid to accept responsibility and did not bend, did not succumb to the siren song of the mercantile aspect of the bill, rather. They said no to an association with a medical marijuana production facility in Ontario. The president of Capital Media, Martin Cochon, former Minister of Justice, the Grand Chief said that the deal would have been interesting, but he refused it. The Grand Chief could have done millions of dollars, but he said no, because he considered that it was not a good thing. That's a leader. That's a great leader. That's someone who does not bend for mercantile considerations that the government is trying to impose to Canadians. It's not just in Wendake that they don't want this. Kistabish, leader of Abitibi-Winini, said that we don't allow the sale of alcohol in convenience stores, and so we certainly will not allow it elsewhere. Lac-Simon, Adrien Chimon, wants to forbid the consumption of cannabis. The community that they lead has addiction problems. Even if pot is legal in Quebec, it won't be allowed. Where we are, we have enough drug use problems as it is. Where are the fine words of the Prime Minister, who claimed that he would work in partnership, that he would respect First Nations, that he was going to cooperate with them? The First Nations don't want this, and I can understand why. I will conclude with that. There's an article that was just published in the United States that commemorates, in a certain way, the 5th anniversary of legalizing marijuana. Where? In Colorado. The result is that after 5 years of legalization in Colorado, they have the highest rate of homelessness in the United States. 2 times more accidents on the road, higher illegal consumption in schools, and that means Colorado is now the place in the United States where the most marijuana is used. That is the sad track record that the Liberals want to impose, and that's why we will refuse to vote in favor of this bad bill.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a fairly simple question for my colleague across the way. Would it be the Conservative Party's intentions to recriminalize cannabis in terms of incorporating that as a part of their election platform going into the next federal election? Would their intentions be to recriminalize it?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
And I welcome the question of my colleague. First of all, let me remind him, Madam Speaker, and by the way, all the House and all of Canada, that our party decided a year and a half ago to decriminalize the marijuana, but not to legalize the marijuana. This is where we stand. And we will see how bad will be Canada in 2 years from now. And I can assure, Madam Speaker, all Canadians that we will offer a real, true solution to this bad problem created hand by hand by the Liberal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent, who did an excellent speech. And I completely agree with what he said. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know from my colleague how he sees this accelerated implementation for C-45, which is to supposedly protect our youth, which is supposed to be there to eliminate organized crime. If we read all of the sections of the bill, absolutely nothing assures us that those objectives will be achieved. Is there not another objective? His colleague asked about the 2019 election. Do the Liberals have some sort of personal interest? Are they ready to sacrifice our youth for their election in 2019? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you to my colleague for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, who is doing excellent work here in the House of Commons as well as in his riding. And 50 municipalities, 100,000 people, he represents them very well, both here and in his riding. It is sad to note, but we have to raise serious questions about the ambitions and real objectives of the government. A former Minister of Justice is working in a business where he is a shareholder that will allow him to financially benefit from the legalization of marijuana. Because the problem that the legalization of marijuana is going to lead to is serious. Children, as of 12 years old, will be able to walk around with joints in their pockets, and it will be completely legal. And unfortunately, normalizing all this is going to ensure that the dirty job of consuming drugs for the first time will be done with the blessing of this government, and children who will have fallen into it will go quickly towards harder drugs, as has happened in Colorado over the last 5 years.
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, you realize the Conservatives and the Hells Angels will have the same drug policy when it comes to cannabis. Think about it. They want to decriminalize it, but not legalize it. That means we can't regulate it. And if we can't regulate it, I'm sure the Hells Angels would love to have a policy of that nature. Does the Conservative Party recognize that to decriminalize and have it illegal would ultimately be to the benefit of criminals in Canada?
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Because, Madam Speaker,
to you, for you. To know.
And let me tell you the truth. It's more easy for me to look at you instead of this guy over here. With all my respect, for sure. But, Madam Speaker, this is a very serious issue. And why we decide as a party, and that has been voted by 4,000 members from coast to coast in Vancouver a year and a half ago, why we decided as a party to decriminalize it? Because we don't want to hurt people for all their life for a bad mistake they have done when they were young. And on the other hand, also, Madam Speaker, we want to give the chance to the judge to judge other serious issues instead of putting hundreds and hundreds of people inside of the courtroom while there is other criminal issue to address. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Montreville. Madam Speaker, indeed, listening to my colleagues across the way reminds me of the importance of starting off by reminding all of us in this place the importance of this debate to Canadians. And I think the question that every Canadian has on their minds when we talk to them as members of Parliament is, why would the Government of Canada legalize cannabis? So let's start by answering that question, because the Conservatives are having a difficult time relating to the reason why society and its values and its norms do change. So most of us know that 21% of youth and 30% of young adults report using cannabis this year. Mr. Speaker, let's put it another way. In one study that I have been reading over the last few days, says that, in fact, even if we go as low as 12.5% of Canadians aged 15 or older, 3.4 million Canadians have reported that they're smoking cannabis on a regular basis in one form or another using cannabis. So, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of all those in the House currently right now that are sitting through this debate, I'm wondering if, Mr. Speaker, you can advise those that are in the House that are listening intently to the debate how much more time is allotted for this debate and how much time has it transpired in the debate. Thank you.
In this member's debate, we have 8 minutes and 38 seconds remaining, but there will be further debate through the day today until the end of regular sitting hours.
I'm not that sure that's the question he asked, but go ahead and ask it again.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the question that was put to the Speaker was how much time has transpired in this debate and how much more time would be allotted for this said debate. Thank you.
Are you referring to the debate on this bill or the members' debate?
The debate on this bill as it is, as we sit at this point in the day. Thank you.
I believe it's the end of day today. So the member from Caribou Prince George's question, the debate will carry on until 1:15 today, and then the question will be put. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for that very interesting question to the Speaker. I want to start again by informing the House that this is an extremely important debate as it relates to Canadian values and the direction that governments
move to reflect those values of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And so I give you these early statistics of why, in fact, the present system has failed us miserably, which is to keep the use of cannabis illegal in this country for decades and decades and decades, even though, Mr. Speaker, it's true to say that most Canadians aren't respecting or following that law. And I want to, as well, remind the House and Canadians that Statistics Canada has indicated that over 699,000 Canadians have a criminal record as a result of convictions on charges of cannabis possession. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the statistics, you look at the convictions, you look at the continued use, it shows very clearly that Canada has failed in the relationship with its constituents as it relates to the use of cannabis in Canada. So why are we legalizing cannabis? Very clearly, the approach that we've been using here has not worked for Canadians. It's not going to work for Canadians, and it's a drug that's easily accessible to young people all across this nation. Mr. Speaker, I've had the great privilege of living in Northern Ontario, living in British Columbia, in the Okanagan Valley, and living in Alberta, in Calgary, over the last 10 years. And in those 10 years, I've had the opportunity, because my children were in school, high school, elementary, and now they're in university, and I've had an opportunity to speak to them and some of their friends about just what's going on as it relates to this particular subject matter. And it's clear and it's true when people say it's easier to get cannabis out on the street than it is to buy a bottle of beer on the street. And it's true in BC, it's true in Northern Ontario, it's true in Alberta and in Calgary where I lived. It's true down the street here, you could walk down the street in Ottawa and you would find the same situation. So we can do as the Conservatives are doing here in the House and pretend that nothing is wrong, or we can work very hard to change the approach that we need to change. And so the work of this House is to put in place a very robust regulatory structure that controls the use of cannabis. Here's the public expectations, Mr. Speaker. The public expectations are that we will put in legislation that protects our children and youth. That doesn't seem like the area that we've spent a lot of time positioning ourselves as a society, because if it's true what I hear from the youth, that you can just go into the playground of high schools and someone's there already selling you cannabis if you want to buy it, that we have not done a very good job of protecting the interests of our young people. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the whole idea of restricting the access, banning products and packaging that may be appealing to children, we can keep cannabis out of the hands of our youth. Yes, of course, it's going to be a difficult job as it is with alcohol and tobacco, but society has a responsibility to do everything in its power to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that that is indeed the case. So what's government's expectations, Mr. Speaker? And that's the issue that a number of members have been focusing their attention on this morning and this afternoon, is that there's not just one government at play here. There are a number of governments, and what their expectations are obviously are different. The expectations of the federal government is to put in good legislation that meets the needs of our young people, meets the regulatory structure that will allow for us to commit resources that will make a difference. And then there's the expectation that the provincial government will put in place the kind of regulatory structure that will make it safe and it will be explainable to Canadians, and in this case Ontarians where I live, as to how you would purchase what the packaging will look like, what the cost will be, and in fact, where you would go, Madam Speaker, to purchase legal cannabis. And then, of course, there is the need for the legislation to reflect the role of those governments, and I include in those, Madam Speaker, the First Nation governments, because I have the honor and distinction of representing the most First Nations in all of Ontario. And in those 42 First Nations, we know that there is an interest of those communities to do it, to have regulations and structures somewhat different that might be the case in non-Native communities, municipalities, and the such around the country. So our expectations, Madam Speaker, is that we will have tough laws around the sale, the purchase, and of course the activities of the criminal activities on the whole issue of cannabis. That, of course, will further protect youth, and so penalties for promoting cannabis use and the products to youth will hold very strict penalties, and I think that's the right way to approach this whole process. Madam Speaker, I was asked by a reporter in my own riding the other day, why are the penalties so severe, up to 14 years in jail, for selling to youth or using a youth to commit a cannabis-related offense? Well, it's simple. We want to signal to Canadians that we're serious about controlling and managing the sale of cannabis. It's not a simple matter of suggesting that society has evolved to the point where our expectations are youth will be using cannabis, Madam Speaker, but in fact our role and our expectations as governments is that we'll do a much better job than we've done in the past, because the numbers show the failure of society to protect our youth as it relates to cannabis and those things relating to the use of cannabis. So, Madam Speaker, I commend the government for its tough approach dealing with the sale of cannabis. And I commend the government for taking on a project that we all know has a lot of people who are for and against this. Madam Speaker, if you look at the numbers of states, countries, and other jurisdictions that are now moving where Canada is going today, it shows that they all agree that the work or the issue of cannabis is not going to go away, and indeed we're not reflecting the needs of our society. I just thought I'd show you a little document here of a study of some 18 states that have decriminalized. There are medical marijuana legalized states now. There are dozens, and now there are many states, Madam Speaker, who have basically fully legalized marijuana. This is to suggest that the path we're taking is the path that many others are, and I commend the government for doing that work here in the House today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, first I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Kenora. I know him as a very reasonable, fair person. So, Madam Speaker, I brought up earlier my concern about the government moving towards time allocation on this bill. At the same day that they announced that was the day that the provinces had asked for more time. And we need to have a greater discussion around the issues that they've outlined. But also, we're seeing a record number of vacancies in the courts and charges for violent crimes that are being stayed. So why is the government continuing to use justice resources to go after people for simple possession of a substance that the government has tabled legislation to legalize? Sorry. Where's the fairness, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think those of us who spend a lot of time in Parliament will know that the question that the member asks refers to how people feel about the structure of how we make laws. And in this place, we cannot assume a law is a law until it's passed. And because if we were to do that, we would inform the justice system, we would inform our colleagues in the police forces to prejudge the decisions of Parliament before they're made. And so my only advice, to my colleague is to be patient. And we'll see how this evolves as we go and see where the government believes is the best approach to deal with people who already have a criminal record, with people who are frustrated with the police force is a little too active out there on cannabis. But at the same time, I myself say to our government that I belong to, we should take the time to make sure we get this right. And I expect that that's exactly what we're going to do. That may not sound or seem like that's what we're doing in the House today, but I know that all the work that's been done over the last couple of years is going to come to fruition with being patient enough to make sure we get this right for Canadians and for our young people.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question. We know that there's an issue with underage or the youth smoking marijuana in this country. I'd just like to hear we hear again and again from the government, the solution to this is to allow children from 12 to 17 to legally have up to 7 joints. We hear the solution to youth using marijuana is to allow families to grow 7 pot plants of unlimited height in every single household and apartment in the country. I'm just curious, how in the world is making it more available to youth going to reduce youth marijuana use?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say to the member, it's not very useful to put facts on the floor of the House of Commons that are not true. Because we are not putting marijuana in the hands of 12-year-olds or 17-year-olds. And so the fact remains, Madam Speaker, we've got to start with the real issue at hand. And I strongly urge the member to come with me. I'll go to any high school and I'll show you who's selling the drugs to the kids. Even the police know that's what's going on simply because it's so widespread, it's almost impossible to control the way the member is suggesting. And so what I say to that member and his party, get with the program with young people and we'll make a difference in what we're trying to accomplish on their behalf.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this week, I voted to remove from Bill C-45 the provision, Clause 9, which would give someone who, for example, passes a joint at a party to someone who turns out to be under the age of 19. Right now, in this legislation, this is a 14-year penalty for what's called non-commercial cannabis trafficking. Does the member share my concern that people in the public may not be aware that this is a severe penalty for something that could well be an accident, and that given that the government has closed down debate, this can't be fully aired?
Very brief answer from the member for Kenora, 26 seconds.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'll be very quick. I don't think anyone in this House agrees with the member that that's the intention of this clause or legislation, that we are going to put an individual at a house party in jail for 14 years for unfortunately passing a joint off to someone who was younger than anticipated. That's not the way any legislation works, Madam Speaker, and I ask the member to reconsider making those kind of comments in public when in fact that's not the way the law will read. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you talk about hitting a wall or being between a rock and a hard place, I think these are expressions that currently describe the situation that we are in when it comes to cannabis being illegal.
There's nothing about the status quo that will help improve the situation. And we're not, first of all, promoting the product. We're not planning on having any campaign to promote it. Personally, I'm against this substance. However, I've had the privilege of being in charge of consultations in Quebec on legalizing a product that, yes, is problematic for me. However, we take this issue very seriously. And it's an opportunity to show the public that we take it seriously. It's also an opportunity through our efforts to show that the way legalization is going to be done will be able to better manage what is going to happen with cannabis and its use in the future. We have an opportunity to show people this. Generally speaking, consultations raised the same issues, and the concern of people was heard. And in response to their concern, we said to keep expressing them, because that is how we will be able to deal with them. We will need to monitor this situation. We will need to see how it evolves. Now, what was illegal before, under 18 years of age, will still be. What was harmful to health is not all of a sudden simply fine. Doesn't all of a sudden become healthy. And thanks to the efforts of the Minister of Health, this will be a problem that will be monitored. And we will be able to avoid the kinds of problems we've seen in the past. That is to say, illicit products that people have no idea of what it contains and what happens when they put it in their system. Now, a lack of action on the part of a government, given this kind of problem, given this public health issue, a lack of action given, for example, the activities of criminal gangs in dealing with cannabis, inaction on the part of a government would simply be delinquent on our part, would be skirting our responsibilities, because the status quo would give us the worst possible outcomes. It would lead to a complete loss of control, and we need to be able to limit the consequences. So let's be very realistic here. In my former career, I had an opportunity to work on files involving criminal networks. We've seen the products that are out there, and we know that obviously criminal gangs aren't all of a sudden going to disappear when legislation is brought in. It will be the job of government, of police services, of various organizations to ensure that we're able to reduce the participation of criminal gangs to the greatest extent possible. Legalizing use means this. It means that we'll be able to better focus our energy in those most important areas. For example, organized criminal activity in schoolyards is absolutely unacceptable. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. In our consultations, we heard, I can get something in 15 minutes. That's what we heard people say. It's so accessible, so we need to act. So legalizing, it doesn't just take care of everything. It doesn't, making it accessible and legal doesn't solve everything. The goal is not to simply get better, for example, get better situations, for example, in the courts. That's not our only goal. This is a more complex matter. Right now, we have no control. And people have no control because they are consuming unknown products and they're risking their lives. And criminal activity is pretty clear. When there's money that goes through organized crime, those amounts are huge. We're not just talking about money laundering. We're talking about criminal gangs being able to fund other criminal activities. And we need to have the necessary tools to reduce this to the greatest extent possible. We need to be able to curtail those activities to be able to make our environment healthier and to be able to make the whole culture surrounding this product healthier. It's true. We've heard comments that people think it's pretty cool to use illegal substances. And it's true that people are attracted by this idea of gangs and something illegal, but we have to correct that. We have to correct that perception, and there has to be a change in culture. And we'll have to do that by informing people, by training people, and by making sure that we work in the area of prevention. It's so unfortunate that some people across the aisle think that prevention is only going to happen later down the road. I took part in consultations. I led consultations. And what I heard was very different. There are community groups that are already doing a significant amount of work in this area simply because the product is illegal. And unfortunately, the percentage of users in Canada is the highest in the world. Worse still, we have a national average of about 30% in the 18 to 25-year-old age group. In some areas, for example, in north of Montreal, we've heard that that's 40%. We are the champions of illegal use of illegal substances. So there are many competitions I want to win, but I don't want to win that one. And so the status quo, regardless of any deterrence that exists, for example, prison sentences, hasn't worked. It has failed. And so it's absolutely unthinkable, it's unimaginable that we would keep the status quo. So the government is focusing on legalizing and taking the necessary steps and means to make sure that people are informed and to make sure that prevention is happening. Prevention is already happening, and those efforts will be increased. This is a very difficult decision for the government. It's a huge challenge. It's a very delicate issue, a very sensitive issue. You know, there's not one right date. There's not one single date when we'll be able to say, all right, everything is perfectly lined up, and now we can legalize. No. The government has decided to take responsibility so that we can improve our communities and so that, and I can't necessarily, make predictions, I can't see in the future, but based on the goals we've set for ourselves, we hope to reach the outcomes and use the best practices that other jurisdictions are using and have achieved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I would like to know how he can justify saying that marijuana use is a problem amongst youth and that we have to counter that, and yet at the same time be able to say that young people have access to marijuana and they can get it within 15 minutes. I don't understand how he can justify going down this path when he's going to make it even more accessible. Why doesn't this government invest further in eliminating organized crime and investing in public education, youth education, so that, for example, they participate more in sports, arts and culture, for example, or so that they become involved in the many community organizations that exist in our ridings? The honourable member from Montarville. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He has raised an important one. Now, there will be legal distribution centers, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people will consume more. They already consume more than anyone else in the world. it's very, very clear, and we're going to make it even clearer that when it is forbidden to incite young people to use, to sell to those young people, it was illegal before and it will be illegal afterwards. So young people will not have greater access to an illegal product. They can't buy more alcohol than before. They can't buy more cigarettes than before. So I think that the reality is this: we are on the right path.
The member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I raised this earlier to both the Health Minister and the member from Kenora, that this government has brought in time allocation on the same day that the provinces raised concerns about them not being prepared to take this on. And Madam Speaker, this own member, his own province, has raised concerns about the timeline that's being imposed on them. And the member from Kenora says, trust us, we're going to get it right. But you don't build trust by ending debate, by taking away the opportunity to have a conversation and get it right, Madam Speaker. That's not how you build trust. So maybe the member can speak to us about why they're putting through time allocation, limiting debate on an issue that his own province has raised concerns about, that they're being rushed on getting prepared to take this on.
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's what I would say about the time being provided. I think it's been misinterpreted. People knew exactly what we were planning to do before we started talking about it in the House. As soon as we came into government, people knew exactly what we were planning on doing. We had laid our cards on the table. Everyone knew that we were planning to legalize this. We held consultations, and I personally had the pleasure, because my province has been raised here, I personally had the pleasure of speaking to the minister at the time on timelines so that I could hear that the Ministry of Health in Quebec would be in contact with me, with us, with our Department of Health. And there are other provinces that are ready. Licenses are being issued. So there are those who did what they had to do to be ready, as we are doing.
Reprise le débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning. I just want to advise the member, though, that I'm going to have to interrupt him, unfortunately, so he only has a few minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for being so generous, giving me 2 minutes to speak on such an important bill today. I guess I've been hearing a lot before, and I mean, my observation on this whole thing is that this government have created a monster and creating a problem which is taken with it as a business case, all the risks. And funny enough, that this government is congratulating itself over the good result that this is going to generate, disregarding all the opinions of the people, the parents, municipalities, police forces, all the stakeholders across the country, all the public opinion there, the consultation that hasn't been done properly, not allowing the bill to go to committee, to be studied properly, all that on such an important bill hasn't been taken any consideration whatsoever by this government. So the only signs of an important bill, when you try to put legislation and you try to thank yourself of how good your job is at least give it enough attention to the public, make sure that people understand it, make sure people being asked the question, make sure we hear the people talking about it and hear their concerns. Otherwise, there's a large sum of problems and concerns out there that people are talking about, and unfortunately, the government is giving nothing but a deaf ear over this. So if I'm going to be going to list the number of issues, the number of concerns, will be probably instead of 2 minutes, we need hours and hours and hours to be able to express ourselves properly and make sure that what the Canadians are going to get out of this bill is something that is not going to be harmful as it is, it's going to be unfair as it is, and it's going to be too much of a risk for family and for people. Therefore, I would like to, if I have 20 seconds, I would like to list the following problems: impaired driving, easy and direct pot access for children and youth, health impacts on brain development and youth under 25 years of age, health impacts of heavy users, such addictions, keeping drugs away from children and youth, especially homegrown plants and edibles, and workplace health and safety. These are enough problems. I hope this government will come to realization to give this enough time. Otherwise, we're looking for a disaster. Thank you.
I greatly apologize. Wish I could give the member more time, but it being 1:15, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, November 21st, 2017, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question.
The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Hare, moved that Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts be now read a third time and do pass.
Recommittal of a bill, Mr. Van Kirsten, seconded by Mr. Genuis, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Should I dispense?
Yes.
Dispense? Yes.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Yay. In my opinions, the nays have it.
Pursuant to section Standing Order 45, the recorded vote is deferred till Monday the 27th of November at the hour of adjournment of the House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous support to call it 1:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the members of this House agree that we should see the clock at 1:30? Agreed. It is now 1:30. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
M147 on a special committee on homelessness in the name of Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moves that a special committee be appointed to conduct hearings on the matter of homelessness and to propose a national plan to prevent and end homelessness. That this committee consists of 10 members, of which 6 shall be from the government party, 3 from the official opposition, and 1 from the New Democratic Party, provided that the chair is from the government party, that in addition to the chair, dispense? Dispense? Dispense. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, and if I could be so bold to state, I think I know what some might be thinking in the chamber about my private member's motion that would create a special committee to develop a national plan to end and prevent homelessness. I think some are thinking, oh no, not another committee. And to that I would say, but this special committee and its mandate is different. And Madam Speaker, I can imagine the response to that might be, but that is what they all say. This time it's going to be different. Madam Speaker, let me lay out the case to show why it is different. My case for my motion, my private member's motion to create a national plan to end and prevent homelessness. It's not just another committee to engage in busy work, but instead an opportunity for parliamentarians from all political parties to roll up our sleeves, to work in partnership with government and communities to create the roadmap to end homelessness, not to manage it, not to reduce it, but to end it. And if that weren't enough to contend with, all our biases against committees, I'm speaking on homelessness immediately on the heels of the government's important announcement of the National Housing Strategy, and I know how it is hard to see the newsworthiness of a plan. But, Madam Speaker, a national plan to end and prevent homelessness is the critical next step to the strategies, targets, and principles of the National Housing Strategy. Prior to this first hour of debate on my motion, I reached out to fellow parliamentarians and met one-on-one with many of my colleagues, both in opposition and from the government side. And I found more agreement and commonality than disagreement and partisanship. I didn't hear any disagreement that we're in a crisis. We all know the numbers. 1.7 million Canadians in core housing need, according to the recent data from CMHC. Or put another way, 1.7 million Canadians are paying more than 1/3 of their income. 400,000 of that 1.7 million are paying more than 50% of their income on housing that is either substandard, not in good repair, even unsafe, or doesn't meet their needs. For many Canadians, that means living in overcrowded homes or apartments. No one I spoke to was denying the unacceptability we find ourselves in when it comes to housing and homelessness in this country. And further, I didn't meet a parliamentarian that thought the emergency response to the crisis made any sense, whether it be the toll on people's lives or the wasted resources and the escalation of high-cost emergency services like emergency room visits, ambulance, and police calls. Many of the parliamentarians I spoke to were well aware of the statistics, the annual costs of institutional responses, like hospitals and jails, which is $66,000 to $120,000 per annum per person, or emergency shelter costs, with the cost of $13,000 to $42,000 per person per year, versus the cost of affordable housing of $5,000 to $8,000 per year per person, or $13,000 to $18,000 a year for supportive or transitional housing. These statistics, of course, don't take into account the human and social costs. I found parliamentarians were on the same page, that homelessness is cheaper to fix than to ignore. Madam Speaker, it was a pleasure to sit and speak with the MP from Medicine Hat, Karsten Warner, who sat on the Medicine Hats committee that led to their plan to end homelessness. And of course, Medicine Hat was the first city in Canada to end homelessness. In 2014, the province of Newfoundland and Labrador announced its plan to end homelessness. It set goals and benchmarks that made sense to its community. In 2015, the City of Guelph, Ontario announced its plan to end homelessness, and there are many, many more. MPs from all political stripes represent communities who have tackled and transformed our response to homelessness from the ground up. And those responses have achieved astounding results. Communities like Hamilton, Lethbridge, Calgary, to name a few. These communities created plans, brought people around a common table, rolled up their sleeves and said, we can do this. We can end homelessness in our community. And Madam Speaker, I've had my own experience of the power of a plan to transform a community's response or lack of response to homelessness. As the CEO of the United Way, I was part of a leadership team of business people, labor groups, city officials, Indigenous government leaders, and folks with a lived experience of homelessness that drafted our community's first plan to end homelessness. In 2006-2007 in Saskatoon, we experienced an economic boom, like many communities in Alberta. With the economic boom came skyrocketing housing prices. This saw people with full-time jobs, full-time good-paying jobs in Saskatoon, unable to afford rent and living in emergency shelters. We had students living in cars because of the high cost of housing so they could afford their school tuition. This new reality of homelessness galvanized our community. From CEOs to labor leaders to our then police chief, we could no longer turn a blind eye or hope that someone would do something. That's when we turned to our neighbours in Alberta and learned about the remarkable work that cities, community organizations, and 2 provincial governments were doing with plans to end homelessness, and it was a game changer for us. And where our provincial government feared to tread, we, on the other hand, rolled up our sleeves and invested in housing homeless people based on the Housing First model, a pillar of plans to end homelessness in Alberta. The program was called Journey Home. In its first year, people helped by Journey Home saw an 82% drop in the use of high-cost emergency services like ambulance, police responses, emergency room visits, and hospitalization. The return on investment was for every dollar invested, $2 was saved. One participant in the program had been homeless for 17 years. The average length of homelessness for participants was 3 to 5 years. One person said, "Housing First saved my life." Madam Speaker, results like we've seen in Saskatoon are occurring in cities and communities across the country, from small cities to large urban centres. The players around the table may be different, but what they all have in common is a plan, a roadmap that holds them to account, to timelines and outcomes, and a goal to end homelessness in their community. My motion is about building on that success, building on what works, and rolling it up to a national level. Madam Speaker, when I was visiting with my colleagues, I was pleasantly surprised by the nonpartisan tone to our conversation. Now, that isn't to say I wasn't grilled in a very nice way as to how my motion would make a difference, but the conversations were excellent. I think I can say that the majority of parliamentarians I spoke with realized the need for the federal government to step back into addressing housing and homelessness. And they saw the federal government's National Homelessness Initiative, started in 1999 under a Liberal government, and the subsequently renamed Homelessness Partnering Strategy in 2006 under a Conservative government, as important federal government initiatives that have made a positive difference for communities tackling and addressing homelessness. Many also cited the groundbreaking work of the Mental Health Commission's project At Home Chez Soi as greatly advancing our understanding of housing first and the project's positive impact on those who are homeless, most marginalized, and most vulnerable to great suffering. Madam Speaker, I think parliamentarians can work together better. I believe Canadians expect that and believe that collaboration between parliamentarians is possible and needed if we are to address the defining issues of our time, like the crisis of homelessness. Madam Speaker, I'm presenting a motion on homelessness the week the government released their first ever national housing strategy, and I commend them for that. This is good news. There is still a lot of work to do and much of the detail yet to be determined. It is still somewhat, I feel, a work in progress. For example, the work of reimagining the homelessness partnering strategy is still ongoing, and I believe will be released in the spring of 2018. I would like to make 2 comments on the National Housing Strategy. First, I would like to see a more aggressive goal on homelessness. I'd like to see the government make a commitment to end homelessness. I think all the elements are there within the plan, almost, to do this. And I believe parliamentarians working on a special committee to create a national plan to end and prevent homelessness can do just that. The special committee can connect the dots, build on the work being done by government on HPS, work with experts and communities, and bring us to a plan and a goal to end homelessness. And secondly, I would, and I believe many others would like to have seen the strategy funded at the front end versus backloaded. In other words, have the big investment come early and not so much stretched over many years, and certainly not past the next general election. I point to the example of my own community. You know, the United Way stepped in early with funds to help our community realize sooner rather than later the difference a plan and Housing First could make in addressing homelessness. This allowed other funders and governments to step in after success was demonstrated. I can see the federal government doing a similar strategy. I was glad to see the government identifying data as a key pillar for the strategy. Better data will be key to being able to not only understand the scope and size of the problem we're trying to address, but to also be able to adequately measure progress, hold multiple partners, including provinces and territories, to account for investments. We now estimate that there are a minimum of 235,000 people who will experience homelessness in any given year in Canada. And every night, there are 35,000 homeless people in Canada. Madam Speaker, there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Communities right across Canada, with elected officials of all political stripes, are addressing the issue head-on with local plans to end homelessness. We need to build on this work, and we can. Communities want to see a national plan that they can see themselves being a part of, that delineates exactly how the federal government can be a real and valued partner at their community plan tables. Madam Speaker, my motion, M147, a special committee to create a national plan to end and prevent homelessness, is a way forward in tandem with the national housing strategy. I want to see, and I believe Canadians want to see, parliamentarians roll up their sleeves, put partisanship aside, and in partnership with communities, experts, other governments, and those with a lived experience, put the details on a national plan to end and prevent homelessness. Madam Speaker, our goal must be to end homelessness. It is possible and it is probable. Is it possible that communities across Canada and North America have it wrong? Do plans to end homelessness not really work? Is it not possible to end homelessness? Could all these communities be flying in the wrong direction? I don't think so. It's possible. Anything's possible, but it's most likely not probable. When John F. Kennedy said to his fellow Americans, "We will put a man on the moon," he didn't know if it was probable. When he was making that statement, he knew it was possible, and he wanted others to believe in that possibility. So the NASA nerds got to work, and the possible became probable, and of course, ultimately, the reality. Madam Speaker, we have what we need to end homelessness. We have our homelessness equivalent of the NASA nerds. We have the federal government that's giving us an indication that it's possible. And we need a special committee to bring all that together, to build on what is working and to go where we haven't gone before, so to speak. Madam Speaker, we can make the possible probable and end homelessness in Canada. Thank you.
Yes, we can.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Saskatoon West for this really interesting motion. Now that the federal government has announced a national homelessness strategy that's going to implicate many partners, all walks of life, and that will be transformative to the nation, it's important that we make sure that the $40 billion that's been committed to these projects is well spent. I know that within the plan itself, it details $241 million towards research and innovation within housing. But I also believe it's important for this House and us members to consider ways in which we can always continually do better in our housing strategy. When I look at the existing list of standing committees, I see HUMA as being implicated. I, of course, see Public Accounts and Justice as being implicated. I see, obviously, the Status of Women Committee also being implicated because it's important. I asked the member, does she see a unique role, or how does she see a unique role for this committee to play in the context of making sure that we get the housing strategy right? Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, I want to thank my honourable member for that question, and that certainly was part of the conversations I had, Madam Speaker, with parliamentarians about how the best way forward. And the reason I proposed a special committee in particular was because it could really have a focus on a specific government strategy, of which parliamentarians haven't been uniquely involved in. I think the other key piece was that there's a time limit for special committees, and I think what I heard from people is that we're in a crisis and people want to get moving quickly. And I think that structure of a special committee, although it may not be perfect, felt to me and felt to others I talked to a way that we could really focus and do something differently. It also, if you notice, the sort of scope for the committee is to look forward, is to start from here and go somewhere else, as opposed to traditionally committees sort of looking back or evaluating something that the government has done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker. In Nanaimo, in the riding that I serve, the face of homelessness, it has shifted quite a bit over the last 9 months. The workers at Samaritan House, which is a homeless shelter for women only, say that 50% of their clients are now over the age of 50, which really has taken us aback. Those women could be our mothers or our grandmothers. In fact, it could be me. These are women who worked their whole lives in a professional capacity, but because there is very poor tenant protection in legislation in British Columbia, high housing prices and the spillover from Vancouver have hit Nanaimo hard, and people are getting evicted. I would like to ask through you, Madam Speaker, to the member from Saskatoon West, is that a changing demographic that she is also observing, and how might the committee discuss this?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague and through you, Madam Speaker, sort of affirm what she's describing in her community as really one of the sort of changing faces of homelessness. And although the statistics tell us the overall numbers of people living in shelters has lowered in the last 10 years, the capacity of those shelters is more often at 90%, and those who are using shelters is a different group of people, and it includes people over the age of 50 more than usual. It includes more families. And of course, in many communities, the largest demographic that is using shelters are Indigenous peoples. So this is the kind of thing that a plan can take into account. Communities are dealing with these issues. I think the data and the research will be important so that strategies fit with what the changing face of homelessness is looking like across Canada and within communities.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to be able to be part of the discussion on motion M147. I also want to thank the member for Saskatoon West for bringing this vital issue of combating homelessness to the attention of the House, as it's an issue that we all hear about in ridings right across this country. I also want to take this opportunity to look back at what our government has been doing over the past 2 years to prevent and reduce homelessness in Canada, and to look forward at what we'll be doing in the future. In particular, I want to talk today about the National Housing Strategy and that our government has unveiled earlier this week. Bringing the NHS to life has been a priority for this government for the past 18 months. We launched a national conversation on housing in June of 2016, followed by a very successful meetings of federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for housing. Led by Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, our Let's Talk Housing consultations unfolded over 4 months. Some key themes emerged during this time. We heard that Canadians and housing stakeholders believe that a national housing strategy should encompass the entire housing continuum while prioritizing those in greatest need. We heard that there was a need to better integrate housing with other support services for vulnerable people that they may need. Housing providers needed better access to capital to facilitate the development of more affordable housing, and there was a strong preference for policies that enabled local communities to drive solutions to housing problems. Of particular relevance to today's debate, we heard that Canadians wanted a national housing strategy that truly addressed homelessness in Canada. Similar themes emerged in consultations carried out by our Advisory Committee on Homelessness. Chaired by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, this advisory committee brought together housing and homelessness experts, local and regional service providers, and individuals with lived experiences of homelessness. Selected from hundreds of nominations, the 13 members of this advisory committee represent Canada's regional, cultural, and linguistic diversity. The advisory committee held a series of regional roundtables across the country with stakeholders, service providers, and Indigenous partners, in which they explored in greater depth the ideas and recommendations we heard through the National Housing Strategy engagement process. They also took targeted engagement with homelessness experts and with communities and other stakeholders from across Canada. I'm pleased to say that several members of Parliament attended those roundtables and saw firsthand the work being done by this exceptional group of people. I'll also note that the Advisory Committee's work was augmented by an online feedback tool hosted by Employment and Social Development Canada, which was available from July 17th to September 15th, 2017. I'm sure I speak for everyone in this House when I say I'm looking forward to the committee's report, the What We Heard report, which is expected to be publicly released in the spring of 2018. Even without that report, I can say that people who participated in our consultations didn't just identify problems, they also identified opportunities for innovation and proposed solutions that focus on measurable outcomes. All of this information and insight was invaluable as our government sought to create a national housing strategy that signaled a meaningful re-engagement by the federal government in housing. Because make no mistake, if ever there was a time for meaningful re-engagement, it's now. For too many Canadian families, a decent home is simply not affordable. Across Canada, 1.7 million families are in housing need, living in homes that are inadequate or unaffordable. Another 25,000 Canadians are chronically homeless. On top of this, many groups, including seniors, Indigenous peoples, women fleeing domestic violence, people with disabilities, refugees, veterans, and those with mental health and addictions challenges continue to face significant barriers in accessing and maintaining affordable housing. Even before the National Housing Strategy, our government had signaled that we understood the need for an active federal government in addressing housing needs across Canada. That's why we made unprecedented housing investments in budgets 2016 and 2017. The National Housing Strategy, however, takes our commitment even further. It's an ambitious $40 billion plan to help ensure that Canadians have access to housing that meets their needs and that they can afford. It's a key element of our government's plan to help grow and strengthen the middle class, promote inclusive growth for Canadians, and lift more Canadians out of poverty. It includes clear goals, including removing 530,000 Canadian families from housing needs and reducing chronic and episodic homelessness by half over the next decade. It will meet the needs of the vulnerable populations and will be central to our efforts to ensure that all Canadians have a safe and affordable housing that they need and deserve. So what does the National Housing Strategy mean for Canada's homeless? For starters, we'll be investing $2.2 billion over 10 years to tackle homelessness through a redesigned and expanded federal homelessness program. Thanks to this investment, we'll reduce chronic homelessness by 50%. Just as importantly, we'll empower local communities to deliver a combination of housing programs and responsive and preventative measures. Our redesigned homelessness program will launch April 1st, 2019, following the conclusion of the current homelessness partnering strategy, and it will be based on the work currently being done by the Advisory Committee on Homelessness. Our government also recognizes that homelessness is not an issue that exists in isolation. If we want to help vulnerable populations, we need to think of housing in a more holistic approach. And that's precisely what the NHS does, with complementary initiatives that reaffirm and redesign the federal response to homelessness. This includes a program like the Canada Housing Benefit, a jointly funded $4 billion program that will provide affordability support directly to families and individuals in housing need, including people currently living in social housing, people on social housing wait lists, and people housed in the private market but struggling to make ends meet. We anticipate that after it launches in 2020, the Canada Housing Benefit will deliver an average of $2,500 per year to each recipient household and will support at least 300,000 households across this country. It also includes the $15.9 billion federally managed National Housing Co-Investment Fund. This fund will ensure existing rental housing is not lost to disrepair and will help to develop new, high-performing, affordable housing integrated with supports and services. The National Housing Co-Investment Fund is expected to create or repair up to 300,000 new or existing housing units and also support more shelter spaces for survivors of family violence, transitional and supportive housing, new and renewed affordable housing and community housing, and ways of making home ownership more affordable. Madam Speaker, the National Housing Strategy marks the beginning of a new era for housing in Canada. Our government is making historic investments in housing and planning for transformational change because we understand the value of a home. Safe, affordable housing is a launch pad for better socioeconomic outcomes for our citizens, a more inclusive society where everyone has the opportunity to be well and to succeed, and a stronger economy and a cleaner environment. For the NHS to be successful, we'll need the collaboration and commitment of more partners than ever before. In a coherent, integrated, and whole-of-government approach, we'll be working with the provinces and territories, with municipalities, with private and not-for-profit sectors, and with everyone who shares our goal of creating a new generation of housing in Canada. While much, if not all, of what Motion 147 is calling for has already been done by our government, we're nevertheless very pleased when colleagues across all party lines embrace our shared priorities. I would encourage the member from Saskatoon West, as well as all members from all parties and all parts of the country, to become part of this government's nationwide effort to ensure that all Canadians have safe and affordable housing they need and deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I should sit down now because I think with that I won't be able to impress them any more than what they're already impressed. However, Madam Speaker, do want to start by just commending the member for bringing forward this motion. It's a well-thought-out motion, and it's something that I know she has worked tirelessly on, and it's an honour to stand here and support this motion. I do also want to quickly talk about the process of how her motion is now being debated. Just a few days after the government goes and announces their big, exciting housing strategy, which won't actually see money flowing until 2020. So this poor member who's worked hard and tirelessly at this motion has brought it forward, and now suddenly we've been scooped by this government. I couldn't even wait perhaps a week, a few more days to let this member debate this in the House, but unfortunately that's what they've decided to do. This isn't the first time, though. They've done it before. There was abandoned vessels as well, I believe, also brought forward by the NDP, again scooped by this government. So unfortunately, we're standing here and debating a motion that could have been something that this member and it could have made history for this member in her riding. However, because of this government, it's unfortunately this is the process that's happening. So what the government, my opinion here, Madam Speaker, is the government, what they're doing with the homeless issue is actually inflaming the issue. We have had a government here who has raised taxes, who has cut jobs, now left a lot of people homeless within my province of Alberta, especially. Our homeless rate or unemployment rate is now at 7.8% in July of 2017. 7.8% of our population is homeless. You go back to 2014, prior to when this government came in, and prior to when the NDP government came in, provincially in Alberta as well, it was 5.4%. That's essentially skyrocketed. And you can sit here and you can argue that we need more homeless strategies. We need more strategies in general, more bureaucracy. However, what we need in Alberta, we need jobs. We need people to be able to put back to work. We need to be able to put people and allow them to do the skills and to take the risk and the entrepreneurship that they're so good at doing in Alberta. However, it's unfortunate. This government has killed a lot of that entrepreneurship, and we're seeing the higher rates of homelessness. Right, and just for example, we've had 14,000 jobs lost in July alone in Alberta. That's this year. They stand up and saying we're the highest GDP rate in the world. However, look what's happening in Alberta. You can't ignore what's happening in Alberta. So I do feel remiss if I didn't highlight that, Madam Speaker. However, in Edmonton, in particular, we've had some tremendous success over the last number of years, particularly with an organization called Homeward Trust. I'll just read quickly what Homeward Trust does and what their organization focuses on. They coordinate the homeless count as part of working to support Edmonton's 10-year plan to end homelessness. Approximately 300 volunteers and 40 organizations participate in counting at different locations across the city. Edmonton's homeless count serves two important functions. It provides a current snapshot of our overall homeless population, and it shows us how this population changes over time. Ultimately, this informs solutions to support the goal of ending homelessness in our community. This year, in particular, the homeless count they enhanced the process even further by doing three key points that I think are worth highlighting here in the House. For the first time, most volunteers went through our city, collected survey data electronically using tablet or smartphone rather than completing paper surveys. Edmonton was the only city in Alberta to use electronic data collection for the 2016 homeless count. This was Edmonton's first year of conducting a street count at night from 7 to 10 p.m., which, unlike most Alberta cities, Edmonton continued to conduct a day count. And finally, this year's homeless count included a focus on parkland with the help of approximately 25 park rangers, street outreach teams, members, and river operations employees. Part of this homeless count we're rather proud of in the city. Homeward Trust also runs an initiative at our Shaw Conference Centre where they bring in a number of homeless individuals and offer them haircuts, dental appointments. There's Goodwill Industries offers clothing as well. These are all services offered by the community. This year alone, we saw the homeless count in Edmonton. We have 74% of them are male. We had 1,205 males. We had 408 females, and then we had 11 transgender. And then out of our Indigenous communities, we saw 316 members, First Nations, 140 Métis members, 15 Inuit members, 32 non-status members, and 15 non-specified members. However, Madam Speaker, some of the most troubling numbers that we see in homelessness, in particular to Edmonton, are with our youth population. We saw this year alone, the homeless count, 148 individuals who were aged 17 or under. That's the highest number is between 31 and 44. However, about half of that falls with under the age of under 17. So again, the answer to a lot of this is to ensure that we have policies and governments in place that are creating jobs and focusing on initiatives that will help support these youth, help support these communities. And unfortunately, we're not seeing a lot of that from this government, other than a big announcement that has no money flowing until the year of 2022. Madam Speaker, do just want to also, I received a fantastic letter from one of my constituents, Ms. Jean Ashmore, and she writes the need to look at homelessness and poverty within our communities. She even calls it a public health emergency. I'll quote from her: "The longer people are homeless, the worse their health becomes. Homelessness causes premature death, poor health, and is a burden on our healthcare system. A recent report from British Columbia suggested life expectancy for people experiencing homelessness in that province is half of that of other British Columbians. Now, Madam Speaker, we can look at this member bringing forward this initiative, and we're very supportive of this initiative. We'd love to see it come to fruition. However, it doesn't seem like it will because of some of the announcements made by the government across the way. And as a result of many of their policies, Canadians now pay more for a lot of things. They pay more for gasoline, for home heating, for hydro, for housing, for sports, for arts programs for children, personal savings. These are just a number of things, Madam Speaker, that could help to go towards assisting with the homelessness within our country, like this motion would have done. However, we see that this is something that the Liberals choose that they deserve credit for instead of this hardworking member on this side of the House. And with that, thank you very much.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleagues for their work who are working on the issue of homelessness and are giving a voice to citizens who are the poorest and truly need their support. For too long, 25 years, we've been content with delaying discussions that we should have had on this problem. Homelessness affects part of our population, those who are already in difficult situations. And this type of distress can affect any one of us. M147 from my colleague for Saskatoon West is intended to hold hearings in order to develop a national plan. This is an ambitious objective, but it is realistic because in local communities, they are already working on this challenge, and they are meeting it. Since in the National Housing Strategy, it indicates that the government is ready to tackle homelessness on a national scale, but 90% of the funding that was announced would be invested after 2019. What do we do with people who are living in a homelessness crisis situation now? We don't know. No one single solution will end homelessness throughout the entire country. The plans to tackle the problem locally varies from one region to the next. The government needs to demonstrate a real political will to integrate the recommendations of various groups. The government needs to clearly define its role in its own national plan. Creating a committee to study these questions seems to me entirely relevant. Homelessness makes visible a great many ills in our society. It can happen occasionally or chronically. In many cases, according to the report Homeless Hub, often issues with homelessness start by 16 years old. That's very young to be homeless. 20% of homeless people in Canada are between 13 and 24 years old. That means that these individuals are especially vulnerable because they are often in a situation of family crisis. And institutions such as schools are not able to help them. Nobody should be homeless. Losing a job, losing housing, a separation, a divorce, grief, incarceration, or illness can lead to circumstances that isolate people and lead them to distress and eventually homelessness. Living on the streets is subject to violence, whether it be sexual, mental, or physical. It's not having hot meals or access to facilities to get cleaned up. It's also greater exposure to the problems of addiction. On the other hand, women are often invisible when it comes time to offer them services. Violence and invisibility are the intrinsic characteristics of women's homelessness. Women have often lived with housing issues, and they are often extremely vulnerable. There are certain factors that influence their homelessness similar to men, but women's experience often has a heavy history of violence, whether it be physical or mental or family violence. Some women will find survival strategies to avoid becoming homeless, namely prostitution, theft, going from shelter to shelter, or going from a friend's house, or from one acquaintance to the next.
This increases risks to their health, safety, integrity, and it isolates them even further. This hidden homelessness really hides the extent of the problem of female homelessness, which is rising all across the country. This is a phenomenon that I've seen in my own riding of Salaberry-sur-Roi. Fortunately, organizations like Justice Alternative, Création, and others provide services for young women who end up in these vulnerable positions or who end up homeless. Also, if we look at our Aboriginal sisters, we've seen a huge increase in homelessness over the last few years. Homelessness among Aboriginals must be seen as an impact of colonization, of Inuit, First Nations, and Métis colonization. According to Amnesty International, Aboriginal women are the most vulnerable group in the country. They're 7 times more likely to be the victims of homicide than non-Aboriginal women. Also, according to a women's group in Montreal, Aboriginal women often don't have the resources if those resources are not specifically tailored to them. We need to tailor resources for women who have particular needs. We've said this many times in this House, and unfortunately we're still facing the same situation. We need to do this for the well-being of all women. Homelessness also has an economic cost, $7 billion per year. $7 billion with a B, Madam Speaker. That's the equivalent of a huge amount of money. This has a huge impact on rural and local communities. My riding, as you know, is only an hour and a half from Montreal. And yet it's in this sort of Bermuda Triangle of public funding. We're close to Montreal and close to the U.S. border. And my riding and neighboring ridings have a lot of homeless people. Community organizations have a serious lack of funding there. Montreal and the Montreal area have most of the funding, but West Montérégie is too close to it to get funding for Montreal, but not far enough to get its own funding. That's why I have such respect for all of the organizations in my riding who are working so hard with so few resources. One of these organizations just doesn't have enough spots to help people in the street. The Housing Committee also asked many times for more affordable housing and for more funding. But unfortunately, it's rare that they are listened to by the government. In Canada, there are over 235,000 people living in some form of homelessness every year. This costs more to the Canadian economy, and it would be cheaper to actually solve the problem. It would cost about $4.5 billion annually. So if you just do a quick comparison of what it would take to help people who are homeless, well, currently a hospital bed costs almost $1,100 a month. And it costs $700 a month for a rent top-up, or only $200 for social housing. So it seems to me that it's a pretty clear calculation. It's really much cheaper to take care of the problem of homelessness. This country needs a plan. We need a special committee to lead definitive investigations and find proper paths to success. Then the special committee could set targets and parameters to evaluate success. There would be a range of opinions on the committee, and I would hope that they would be able to find a consensus on what needs to be done. The government says that it's open and transparent, and that it wants to improve its relationship with Parliament. Well, Canadians expect collaboration among all of the MPs in this House. And my colleague for Saskatoon West has reached out to them with this motion. Will the Cabinet welcome this? Will they let Liberal MPs vote freely on this motion? The federal government needs to let parliamentarians communicate with communities and with frontline workers, NGOs, academics, Aboriginal groups, and youth in order to set up a plan that is accountable. In conclusion, it is the role of Parliament to listen to experts, organizations, and Canadians to push forward on issues that the government isn't taking action on. It's easier to help people who are homeless, who often young people and women. It's easier to help them find long-term solutions and reintegrate them into society in an honorable fashion. It's our responsibility as elected officials to work on this issue. That is the basis of our mandate. We have to represent these people. We're all equal, whether we're a Secretary of State, a minister, or an ordinary citizen. We are all citizens, and every riding deals with the problem of homelessness. It affects all of us. So I would hope that all members in this House will reach out to the member for Saskatoon West and get actively involved in this so that we can set up a special committee which will then be able to study homelessness exclusively. It will be able to find solutions and find a tailored solution. This will also allow us to help Aboriginal people so that we can find solutions for all peoples in Canada. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank you for giving me time to discuss motion M147, which was brought forward by my colleague for Saskatoon West. The idea behind this bill is to reduce or even eliminate homelessness, and we certainly should applaud that initiative. However, I would like to say that M147 calls for a new series of consultations. More specifically, M147 calls for the constitution of a parliamentary committee, a special committee, that would hold hearings on homelessness. Our government recognizes that homelessness is a reality for far too many Canadians, and it is a challenge for all of Canada's communities. That's why we've taken a significant amount of time to consult and raise awareness in order to find strategies that might prevent and reduce homelessness. Over the last 2 years, we've consulted Canadians, and we've also consulted stakeholders and partners to support the National Housing Strategy. We've also looked at the renewal of the Partnership Against Homelessness and the Strategy for Poverty Reduction. Allow me to talk about a few of our accomplishments. I'm proud to say that on November 22nd, we announced the launch of the National Housing Strategy. This strategy will allow us to create opportunities to work together and to promote innovation. We'll have even more partnerships than before between the federal government, the provinces and territories, the municipalities, community housing organizations, NGOs, and the private and cooperative sectors in order to create real change for Canadians. A national conversation about housing was launched at the end of June 2016, following a very productive meeting of federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for housing. It was led by the Mortgage Society of Canada, and the discussions unrolled over 4 months. Throughout 2016, we talked to Canadians, stakeholders, and provinces and territories in order to get people's point of view as part of this national conversation on housing. More than 6,300 Canadians took the time to fill out a survey about the National Housing Strategy. More than 130 ideas were submitted through the online platform, and more than 475 submissions were received from individuals and organizations, notably the Canadian Federation of Municipalities and the Pan-Canadian Collective for Housing. These are some of the activities they mentioned: bilateral meetings with provinces and territories, a national roundtable lasting 3 days and involving experts who discussed a range of issues, including a full-day discussion on homelessness, a national meeting with stakeholders from the housing sector who talked about the housing market and homelessness, meetings with Aboriginal organizations about housing and homelessness, additional roundtables involving experts held all across Canada, a series of 21 discussions with marginalized populations, including people who had experienced homelessness, low-income families, Aboriginals living off reserve, seniors, persons with disabilities, and new arrivals to Canada. These activities allowed us to gather a wide range of recommendations about how we might strengthen the federal government's response to homelessness. As an example, stakeholders said that we should renew and expand the strategy of partnership for the fight against homelessness, and that we should show greater flexibility when it comes to the program. The message was clear. Canadians want better housing conditions, especially for those who need it the most. Now, in terms of the partnership against housing, this strategy was also part of the consultations. In Budget 2017, we proposed investing a total of $2.1 billion as part of the National Housing Strategy in order to expand funding for this partnership. Furthermore, we've committed to working with stakeholders, provinces and territories, and Aboriginal groups in order to find a way to adjust the program in order to better reduce and prevent homelessness. We created an advisory committee on homelessness, led by Adam Vaughan, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. This committee was made up of people who were not from the government, who were external, and who had in-depth knowledge of questions related to homelessness. Supporting the work of the committee, we launched an online consultation from July 17th to September 15th, 2017. The committee also held a series of roundtables in different regions all across Canada, so stakeholders, service providers, and Aboriginal partners were able to participate. Many MPs were also present at these roundtables. The comments that committee members heard during these consultations will help guide the options that are proposed when it comes to renewing the partnership strategy. Indeed, a report on the comments that were received should be published in the spring of 2018. Mr. Speaker, we all know that poverty and homelessness are very closely linked, and one can lead to the other. So let's talk about reducing poverty for a moment. Once again, I'm sure it won't surprise you to hear me say that we are developing a strategy to reduce poverty. Here as well, we've deployed enormous efforts. From February to September 2017, we held a consultation process all across the country to allow Canadians to talk about issues related to poverty. An online consultation and in-person roundtables were held with Aboriginal organizations, companies, community organizations, academics, and Canadians who have experienced poverty. The link between homelessness, affordable housing, and poverty was raised many times. We also concluded a project called Let's Fight Poverty Together, the goal of which was to conduct case studies in 6 communities in Canada who had expressed an interest in reducing poverty. The project allowed us to evaluate the effects of federal programs that aimed to reduce poverty locally. And we solicited the opinions of many citizens, including those who have lived in poverty. The report on this project was published during the national conference held on September 28th. In addition to this, our government has set up a departmental advisory committee on poverty, which brings together leaders, academics, and professionals from the poverty reduction world, as well as people who have lived in poverty themselves. The 2-day national conference on poverty brought together academics, stakeholders, researchers, frontline service providers, people who had lived in poverty, and members of the Advisory Council on Poverty. The goal was to discuss Canadians' comments throughout this consultation process. In addition to all of this, there's currently a study underway about measures to reduce poverty, including initiatives on housing and homelessness, being led by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development, and Persons with Disabilities. We've led many activities with Canadians, which will help us develop a strategy for reducing poverty. This is aligned with provincial and municipal strategies to reduce poverty, and will work collaboratively with them. They will also allow us to review and broaden the strategy for partnerships in the fight against homelessness. As I said at the beginning, we should applaud M147 for the goal that underlies it. Clearly, ending homelessness is a priority for all parties. I thank my colleague for Saskatoon West for her engagement on this important issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I resume debate, I just want to advise the member that unfortunately I will have to interrupt, but she will be able to bring that back to her time back, catch her time back up at the continuing of the discussion on this the next time it's before the House. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm so proud to stand in this House today and talk on Motion 147. And so grateful to the member from Saskatoon West for putting this forward. At the end of the day, we know that even with a national housing strategy, dealing with homelessness must be the ultimate goal. And what we heard very clearly is up to 50% of the people that are homeless right now or at risk of homelessness will not even be dealt with through this national housing strategy. So it's imperative that we take it very seriously in this place and in this House, that we address the issues of homelessness. And bringing together a committee to talk about these issues, to create a plan around these issues is so important. Madam Speaker, I fundamentally believe that the right to housing is a human right, and I was devastated in this House when I put forward that bill and saw the government completely not support that. You know, if we're going to really make sure that people have a home, we're going to recognize the dehumanizing impacts on people when they have nowhere to live, where they have no safe space to put the things that are precious to them, where they have no place to be safe, to be warm, to know that they have somewhere to sleep. It's shameful in this country that we don't recognize that human right, and I certainly hope that in this process that this government reconsiders that and make sure that we move forward in that direction. Madam Speaker, in my riding of North Island Powell River, homelessness in small rural ridings is still a huge impact. You know, some people really think that this is an urban issue, and unfortunately and sadly, it certainly is not. And I think about the community of Campbell River, where we have an organization named Grassroots Kind Heart Society who has no physical place to be. And so they're actually cooking food and preparing food for those who are homeless outside. And I know that people may think that Vancouver Island is always warm, but I can tell you that our winters are definitely not warm. We have a lot of rain and a lot of coldness, and you know, these people are coming out every day, and I just have to really recognize all of those amazing volunteers. And I also want to recognize the Powell River Community Resource Center, which does so much work in our communities to support homeless people and try to find them homes. So many volunteers are doing the hard work. It's imperative that this government support them, and the way to do that is to have a committee where we actually recognize these issues. And I see my time is up. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 7.5 minutes the next time this issue comes before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
It being 2:18 p.m., the House stands adjourned until next week, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good weekend.